So welcome to Relove Guitars. It's a Thursday night and I've got round to Karen's Partscaster. Yeah, this is an interesting creature. My boots are creaking. It's a nice looking guitar and it means a lot to Karen, and from what I gather she's she's taken it to various places over the years, and it's become progressively less playable for various different reasons. And it's one of those things you can speculate about, what the previous luthier has done to a guitar and so on and so forth, and you often can never really get to the bottom of it. So we have a guitar here that kind of looks like a Fender, but Karen says she feels that this is a Westfield body with a Mighty Mite neck. The neck is good quality, there's no doubt about that, but there are some interesting things. So, for example, okay, it's a decent quality neck, and it's got a surface applied decal. So that's a sort of afterthought. We've got a nut here of some stuff, could be tusk something, but it's cut quite deep, and it's plastic. It looks plastic the way it's curling, but anyway, I'm not sure that's much good. We've got everything looks nice. We've got a set of saddles in a straight line here, which really aren't the mark of an intonated guitar. We can get into some discussions about that online, and somebody said the other day a quite sensible statement, which don't they end up where they end up, and in a sense that's true. But what I've found over the years is, on every guitar I've ever done, they end up where they end up when they're intonated, but for a reasonable quality or a dependable quality set of strings, which include the 3 wound and the 3 plain, and if it's a standard, well-made standard string, these will always come out in 2 groups of 3, and they're a recognizable stagger pattern, and the reality is it will always look like this: bass, E, so low E, A, D, G, B, E. Okay, it'll have that sort of pattern, so that this is the longest one on the guitar, the low E, and the shortest one is the highest one, and it's always those 2 groups divided down the middle there, and the wound ones start here and the plain ones start there, and the wound D always steps forward a little bit from the plain G. So 2 groups of 3, and you'll always find that. And the truth is, yes, he's right that if you don't get that, or if it intonates somewhere else other than that pattern, you can play it, and that's great, and it means it's intonated. But the point is, what it tells you is you've got strings that are not consistent with the normal, dependable, repeatable quality strings that we're used to. So that only just says to me, has a luthier really looked at that, or a guitar tech? That's definitely not how it's going to leave here. Then the other things that are concerning me, apparently the switch was changed a while back. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-way switch. When I played it through my amp, it was buzzing a lot. Now I'm just going to plug it into a little amp here in a different environment. I kind of discovered that I'm sitting in my living room next to my Fender Mustang amp. It tends to be quite a noisy little place in terms of playing through a non-shielded guitar. So I moved away, and it got quieter, that sort of thing. But I just wanted to make sure this was all right. I felt it was a bit noisy when I first plugged it in. So actually it's not too bad. I'm happy with that. No, okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. I had worried about that, but it's the noisy corner in my living room. That's probably more to do with it. I still intend thinking of shielding this for Karen, because she's had such a bad time with this guitar. Doesn't play, and if you you can hear that it doesn't want to play. And it's not massively low up there. Well, so when I started to look closer, what I noticed was things like this, and I've detailed these on the on my Facebook page. But we've got frets. If I can get in focus, we've got frets that don't even sit onto the fingerboard at the end, and as a result, they're sitting so far up that, and they're fixed in place. They don't bounce or anything. So somebody has first of all, somebody's put them in that badly, because these look like replacement frets to me. I'm not quite sure. I believe they came with a Mighty Mite neck. They look a bit sort of, not a bit loosely, carelessly put in. But down at this end, those are sticking up so far, and they're fixed in place, so they're kind of glued or whatever it is. They're not bouncing or anything. And because they're sticking up so far, the person who put them in, or a luthier tech, has come along and thought, God, this doesn't play at all, and they've started leveling them. So when you really look up close, you can see weird things like this one here has almost no leveling at all, and these here have been. This one has half of its fret removed, mainly because it's sitting up about 1 millimeter off the deck. Anyway, this goes on at all different places across this neck. It's hard to say. I mean, you can see down the edge there. There's a lot of flattening, and eventually I just said to Karen, look, you know, if I try and level these into one good working order, there's going to be so little material. I don't even know if I could level this out. This would have to be replaced. And if we're in the replacement territory, why don't we just do it properly? And she was very keen to get it done properly. So that's what the objective is to do. So I'm going to start by undoing the strings here, and I'm going to basically today we're going to begin the refret process. Now, whoa, what is wrong here? That didn't feel good. So straight away that felt like the tuner was, here it goes again. Oh man, that's biting its own gears. Oh dear. Okay, that's a problem. This one's okay. I'm going to take a look at this, but I have a feeling it's stripped the cogs, the teeth on the cogs, or it's about to. Oh dear. So they're all, yeah, it's one of those things that there's a lot strange about this guitar. So anyway, that aside, it looks a decent enough quality neck in and of itself. So I'm going to refret it. I'm going to find some clippers. I'm going to refret it. I'm going to fit a new tusk adjustable nut. I'm going to shield it. I'm going to make sure the electrics are all right. I'm going to check out those tuners and yeah, just give this a new lease of life, and it's going to come back with a light, low action that will play and stay in tune. And I think I'll check my notes. I did check about what Karen wanted with the tremolo. I think she's going to want it locked down because she doesn't use it. So I'm just get to here. So this thing says Fender Corona, but that's obviously a replacement thingy. Now I've been tuning. No, what's the word you're looking for, Sam? I've been charging up screwdrivers since earlier this evening, so I can do this a little bit quicker. I've just spent the first hour or so up here redoing the wiring on Adam's Lilith offset cream offset guitar, which had a what did it have? It had a okay, yeah, it had two coil, two parallel series parallel switches. It was an HSH configuration, and it was very difficult to make it work properly. And one of the reasons is because I'm trying to think back about it now. The wiring diagrams that Warman supplied for their standard pickups suggest a different arrangement. Anyway, it was very complicated to work out which it was, and in the end I figured it out, so that's good. So I'm going to obviously re-fret this with the neck off, so let's take it off. I'm concerned about this tuner, and this is a Clouson Deluxe, which worries me because that's a good quality tuner. So I'm going to have a look into it as far as I can. They're bent tabs. There's a little dent here. Somebody's kind of missed with a screwdriver or something. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure. Does this look like a Westfield body to me? Could be. Okay, licensed by Fender, Mighty Mite. Not sure about those frets. Anyway, I mean the thing about those frets is, I don't know how you can see it, but you can get a complete blade under there. Right. So I'm going to let's take this. Let's do the full takedown, shall we? Because I want to make sure everything's right in here, and if there is no shielding in there, I'm going to put some in. Okay, what have we got there? Is that a shim? No, it's a router cut. That's interesting. So let's check everything out. Let's do the whole 9 yards. I'm not sure what I think of that. It's not the most exotic looking thing. We'll take the bridge off and clean it as well. It was stripped right down. So this is a complete strip down for you, Karen. And that one is tilted sideways, which is a bit odd. Yeah, we'll do a complete strip down so you can see what's behind the scenes. And that one's stripped. It's not cutting into anything. You can often, or you can sometimes get that when you have a non-standard body and a pickguard that don't quite match. Pickup sounded nice on this. So we'll take this off, we'll check the wiring, make sure everything's good. I'll shield the cavities and ground them, and then we'll put it all back together again at the end. But I'll take the bridge off and clean it as well, because we'll make this thing look as nice as it can be. Make it worth the money that's going into clearing it up. Okay, so we don't have any shielding. We've got very basic components in here. I don't know who the pickups are, but they sounded quite nice. They have an iron gear feeling to me, but they're staggered, so I'm not sure. Anyway, so unshielded, and then we'll just take this little bit off back here. That's the ground for the claw. So there you are. That's the very basic components. Standard wiring, nothing unusual at all. Okay, let's remove these. What am I looking at? Oh, that's interesting. That's why that screw doesn't work. It's broken off a bit of the what do you call it? There's no point gluing this back on, because it's not really going to bite into there anyway, is it? Comes up this way up. Okay. It comes up this way. Something like this. Holy cow. Well, you know what? We could put some resin in there, just for fun. Just looking down here, that's a strange treatment here. It's been cut in some sort of weird, funny way, but it's fine. You know, it's still working. We've got some of that polished stuff. We've got this a respray, a refinish. Oh yes, it is. Yeah. So this was originally that colour blue, by the looks of it. How interesting. Yeah, you can see it in the back of here. The creatures in the roof are carrying on. So there's more interesting things. So a refinished body. I'm not sure I ever saw I'm not sure I ever saw a Westfield in a bright blue of the kind that's under there, but could be wrong. But there's nothing wrong with it. It's a perfectly good body. So we take out the screws for the tremolo, and then we take these screws out on this side, and we'll just take it off for the time being. It also means I can clean the whole body more easily. So I will do some of the conductive painting tonight. One coating, or maybe both coats tonight, and then leave it dry overnight. So we end up with all the parts laid out. A couple of holes, misplaced holes there where the jack socket goes in. And a few different holes here where different pick guards have gone on. One thing I didn't check, and I should have done. Maybe I will. Hold on. I'm going to do something a minute. I'm going to put the neck back on. It might sound silly, but I've just had a thought. And my thought is, I'm nervous about how this was made, and whether one of the reasons it may be a bit unplayable could be something other than, you know, there's more of this blue paint. It could, you know, I'm taking for granted that the scale length is right, but let's not assume that at all. Let's put 2 screws in and put the net back on, and then I'll measure it and make sure that we've got room to intonate it, that it's within range, I should say. Okay, so there's our guitar back together, and what I'll do is just get the ruler out. Now we should find the scale length of about 648 millimeters on from the front edge of the nut to this part of the saddle. Ooh. Oh. That is interesting. That is 652. That could be why that's pushed forward. Right. Okay. Wow, isn't it funny how you discover these things? There's these, right, it's 652 scale length. It should be 648. And 648, I'll put a bit of tape on there. 648 is quite a bit forward of that. So first of all, it will be difficult to make this thing stay in tune all the way up. It'll sound like it's playing out of tune the further up you go. Let's get a straight line cut. I'm wondering if this has got... See, sometimes people, I'm not saying this is the case, but sometimes people, as they get better at playing the guitar or get more familiar with it, they get to notice something that isn't right and they can't quite live with. So what I'm going to try and explain, and Karen, if I'm teaching you something you already know, please ignore my teaching you to suck eggs, because that's just me doing it in case somebody else looking doesn't know this stuff. So first thing to say is the scale length on this neck, or scale length of this guitar, looks like, because it's a Strat style, you would assume that it follows the standard Strat scale length. And there are different scale lengths, but just for now, let's just concentrate on the Strat one. And the Strat one is typically 648. Now, saying that, sometimes you find people make them at 650. It doesn't really matter as long as the neck is correct for the guitar. And what what the scale length is important for, why you have to think about one, is somebody has to make a neck for a guitar. And the most important equation in making the neck is how close these are together, or where they're placed and how they come close together in a sliding gradient down the neck. And you can only know that if you choose to make a guitar to a set or a particular scale length. So you choose the scale length of your guitar. In this case, you'd say 648 for a Strat, and then you would put the 648 millimeters into a fret position formula. And it would say, okay, for a 648 scale, the playing length of 648 millimeters on your string, your E string would typically fall across the saddle would fall at 648, and your 12th string would be 12th fret would be half of that, and it would tell you the position of all of these frets. If you put in a smaller scale length and you said it was a shorter stringed guitar like a Les Paul or something, or even shorter like a Brian May or a Jaguar or something, then the calculation would give you frets in slightly different positions, and if it was shorter, they'd all be getting closer together quicker, and they'd be out of sequence with this. So the scale length is critical to be able to calculate where the frets sit. And because of standardize, they want to standardize and not be making a brand new kind of totally unique neck each time they make a totally unique guitar. They standardize things, and so that's how we've evolved certain types of guitars in familiar scale lengths, 3 or 4 different kinds typically that we come across. So the Strats and the Telecasters are 648 typically, or otherwise known as 25.5 inch scale. Les Pauls are 24 3/4, is it, or 628, so 20 millimeters shorter in scale length than a Strat, and 24 inches. 610 or something, I can't remember. But so there's three of the main ones. So the Strat is supposed to be 648. So what we do is we go to the 12th fret, and it's here, okay? And we look at where the middle center line of the 12th fret falls. And here it falls on 324. That's right. So that's good. This tells me this neck is definitely a 648 millimeter. It's built. It's fretted for a 648 millimeter scale. So then we come down here to the 648 millimeter line at the end of our ruler. We keep the ruler touching the end of the nut as well. And I'm going to come down here and try and I'm trying to get a line off here to get some marking, which is not easy because I haven't got paper right there, because I've got a bridge in the way. Let's see if I can just get some paper in there. Right, line it up. We want 648 because we've confirmed that the halfway point is 324 there, right there. That means the neck has been made for a conventional Strat, and then we mark the 648 line here, and I'm going to mark it here, and it's a bit of a ham-fisted mark. And I would say that well, like I said to you before, the top of the saddle here comes at 652, I would say. So with this bridge is 4 millimeters, probably 4 millimeters too far. The saddle is 4 millimeters too far that way, which means we have to get it forward from that point to make it intonate properly. Now, that's why you've got the adjustable saddles here on your Strat. If I kind of look down this end, so I know where I got roughly my 648 line. I can take these off and redraw it. But let's just say if I mark it there, I'm trying to keep this paper out of the way. Now the question is even if I push this saddle forward now, can I get this saddle actually close to that 648 line? And the answer is not quite. Now what that means is that this bridge is a bit too far back this way, which is a pain. Now it could well be, I suspect that it's a result of the slight mismatch between the neck and this body, wherever it came from. So the first thing I'll tell you, whoever put this Partscaster together, is they assumed that this neck would end up for example, things that I can't do. Things that can vary on the neck is how much material is underneath here, how it pushes the neck out a bit, or whether the neck sits further into the pocket, how deep the pocket's cut here, and so on. Those can be slightly different on different manufacturers. We know we've got a Mighty Mite. The Mighty Mite is built to fit precisely a Fender neck pocket, but this isn't a Fender. This is possibly not even a Westfield. Whatever it is that tape in there? Whatever it is, it's possible that this could be. Let's see, which way would it be? Thanks. It's possible that this could be. I'm trying to think which way it would go. This could be sticking too far out, in which case it needs to push this way and push the saddle back. But the bottom line is, either which way, this thing is sitting on the wrong place, and it's had lots of. I'm going to show you a close up. Well, in its construction, it's had a few different attempts at putting thing. You know, I suspect this is it's a nice smooth paint job, I've got to say, but it's probably an acrylic paint job. There's a ding on the edge there. That could wipe off. Anyway, look, look, here we are. Look, somebody's done a little bit of hacking to try and make it work. So this is, yeah, this is a bit of a, and there's the piece broken off here, by the way. That's why that one doesn't glue in place. But I could build up a bit of something around there. So if I just come back to here for a minute and try and zoom out. So Karen, what we're looking at is something that currently doesn't fit quite right. Now, you'll be able to play it in some ways, but in reality, chances are that it won't sound right. If its saddle is too far, actually it's too far back, isn't it? I'm trying to push it forward. It's too far back, and as a result, it won't play correctly. The reason why this is an unusual bridge. I don't know where that's come from. So the reason why they can't push this any further forward, and it needs to be further forward, and that's why they've cut into there, but they haven't cut enough. So to cure this problem, we need this bridge to be a little bit further forward. The trouble is, if you go further forward, you possibly run out of tilt room. That's not a problem for you because you don't want to use it. It's probably just as well, because not being actually made for this guitar, this thing is not going to work very well. Woohoo! I knew it wouldn't be straightforward. I knew there was something about this, and this is probably just to reassure you, Karen. This is almost certainly what's been going wrong for you in playing this guitar. So you probably thought you making it up or gone a bit mad or whatever, and actually what we're really talking about here is you've been playing a guitar that actually couldn't really play in tune properly if it wanted to. So that's not your fault. It's somebody's done a typical mistake when people make Partscasters, is that they don't really think too much about where the bridge should sit, and they sort of either use the holes that they've got on the guitar body they've got, and they just kind of clang it together and hope it works. So I've drawn the line here, and we really can't quite get to that line because there's a screw there, and this won't come forward hardly any further, and it's going to try and go back to where it was positioned. So we're a couple of mils off. I would want this front one, the high E, needs to be on the line and then only go backwards from there. I mean, typically it's shorter than that anyway, but sorry, it's typically slightly longer than 648, but I want to start on 648, and this isn't there. You can see it's also sitting wonky because of this bit here that doesn't fit this block, because this is a kind of square edge block, whereas others tend to be rounder edged. Let's see if I can find one just to make the point. So I'll find a Wilkinson one. Okay, so there's a nice Wilkinson push-in block. I mean, you've got a solid block, which is great. It's a bit of extra mass. There's nothing wrong with the saddles. They'll work absolutely fine. But you can see how if you can see how the edges of yours are squarer than the Wilkinson one. So probably they're just sort of hitting into this bit here. That's easy enough cured with a Dremel, which I can take care of in a minute. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw around this edge so I can see what I'll be aiming for to make an adjustment. So this is, yeah, you're not going crazy. This is not perfectly put together, I'm afraid. Now what it's entirely possible to do is to reposition the bridge, which is clearly somebody's had a go at that somewhere in the past and it's not been very good. So what I've just done there is I've drawn the kind of, not quite where it would sit because we can't get it any further forward at the moment, but I've drawn a rough approximation of where the plate overlaps. So what we really want to be doing is to take some of this away, a little bit like that, up to here and sort of round to there. So we would sort of Dremel that out and create a little bit of space that we can move this forward. And at the same time, I will fill these, and then we'll let them set overnight and we'll re-drill. And I'll be repositioning the bridge a tiny bit further forward this way, so that we begin at 648. You start at 648 for sure, and then we'll intonate back from that by, when we come to intonate the strings. So at the present moment, it isn't quite right. It's about, like I say, from where it's actually sitting, it's nearly 4 millimeters. Maybe I'm being a bit too extreme. Is it 4 millimeters? 648. I've got to sit it where it is actually sitting. So straight down. Not easy to do this, really. If I just follow a line down there and say that's the apex of or the crest of the thing, that's about 2 or 3 at least, but perhaps not as much as 4. Yeah, I'd say about 275, 265, 275. So it's a good couple of millimeters out, and that's with this stretched at its furthest point, almost touching the screw, the tremolo bridge plate screw. So sorry, let me think. Is that as far as it will go? Yeah. Okay. So actually, at its absolute stretch, I would say that's a good 2 millimeters out. The question is, is it worth moving it for the sake of 2 millimeters? Because what I'm hoping is that really I want this thing to start forward a little bit, 2 millimeters that way. So I want to move from this black mark up to the next line, which you may not be able to see the pencil line. I can't do it with this saddle because the screw stops it moving forward, and you can tell when it's at the front end of its range there's something wrong with the bridge positioning if you still can't intonate it. So this is fairly commonplace for me. What I would do is take this out, fill the watsits, fill the holes, Dremel this out, which we can do right now, just to give the room for the bridge to move forward, and we can actually see the bridge being able to move forward as we go. So watch this. So what I'll do is I'll just cut this bit around so I can see exactly what I'm doing. Down to there. Yeah, so it's quite common that you get this sort of problem with a Partscaster, because it's not as easy as some people think, just to slam together 2 parts. There can be little variations that end up putting it, as you can see, somebody's filled this with something. This is either that, no, this is a filler. Don't know what they've done. but it's stopping it moving that little bit forward. So we can work inside of here. Weird stuff, whatever it is. Look at that, white. Yeah, it's a filler. Somebody's put it in as a filler. Quite why, I don't know. Okay, so now I can get back about 2 millimeters, or I can get forward about 2 millimeters on here. The other thing we can do, just to aid that process, since we might want to just be comfortable, is to use this and go down here like this. And just kind of skim off the front edge of this part here. Weird stuff. What have they done? So this is where you always find the marvels and the miracles of somebody else's work. Okay. Right, I don't know if you can see, but now can you see how that's the holes, and now we're about 2.5, 3 millimeters forward of the holes. It's still, is it on a straight line now? Yes, it's on a straight line now. We've got that little bit sorted. So if we place that there now, if we were to place that down once we filled the holes, and I flip this over, not the best place to look at it from, but okay. Now I want to go a little bit further forward, but I can now start from, I would say that, even the spring's not long enough actually, we get some new springs, but that is probably dead on the 648 mark now, just like that. And I would say that we're not going to use the tremolo. I don't know if you can see. So the saddle, the high E saddle pushed out with a better spring. See how the high E now should be, if I can see it, should be, you can't see it from here, I've not, right, there it is, lined up over the pencil line, or lined up in line with the pencil line. Do you see that? Just make sure I'm making sense. There you go, pencil line, apex of the saddle. That's where you want to start from, and you see it's really taken moving the bridge by about 3 millimeters, 2.5, 3 millimeters to do it. It's good to go to the side because we'll get a fresh bite in the wood. In some ways it'd be better to go completely outside of that fill, but I think it's okay because the fill will be left hidden underneath there anyway, so we won't see it. So that's what I'm going to do, fill those. I'll probably fill that as well, and I'll kind of, well, I guess we'll stay here and do that for a minute. I'll get rid of this bridge, which 54 millimeter Wilkinson bridge, very nice quality bridge. But yes, so there's your first telltale sign, and I suspect this will, what you'll notice when you get this back is that it will sound sweeter in terms of being in tune than it did before, and that will have something to do with the other things I'm going to do, i.e. the nut, tusk nut, and so on. But it will, I'm absolutely certain now it'll have something also to do. I'm trying to work out if the paint job has pushed this neck in the wrong place. Could even have done that. Yeah, so what I think we'll find out is that, or you'll find out, is that not only with the tusk nut and the other things I'm going to do, the new frets and stuff, that will feel nice, but what will really make the difference to the tuning stability will also be the correct intonation, because now for the first time, it's only 2 millimeters, but for the first time, well, in fact it's not 2, because your saddle was about 6 millimeters out of place, so it would have been playing horribly. So that's quite important. Okay, we'll come on to this neck in a minute. My concern right away though is this tuner, and I can, if I spin it round now, it's not under load, so that's the tricky bit. If it starts to stiffen up under load, it can be the case that it's something wrong with cogs in there. But the problem is, as I said, with these sealed tuners, there's not a lot. Oh God, everything about this. Here we go, more revelations. Okay, so see in there? That's a little bit of filler cardboard because they're the wrong size ferrules. The ferrules stick through here. It's okay, it sort of does the job, but it's an example of they're the wrong size ferrules, so the person has, instead of getting the right size, they've just packed them out with cardboard. Not a problem, it works, but it's a, you know, it's kind of part of this course. So here we have the tuner. The problem with this is there are two little tabs here, and you can take it apart, but I can't really do much to it other than take it apart and discover that it's possibly got some cogs starting to chew. I'm just looking down the side. This side here is sticking out a bit. Can you see that? I'm going to just quick look at the other ones, see if anyone else is doing that. No, no one else is doing that. Again, I don't think that will be causing it, but it's a telltale. We can sort of press it back together again a little bit, but I don't think it will. If it's going to chew up, it may go ahead and chew up of its own free will. So I've just closed that up a little bit. There is oil you can put in here. I'm not sure they like oil. I suppose they might like oil, but I always think these things prefer grease, but I don't really know if you can get grease into there very easily. Since it's a hole, but looks like it's made for oil, so you can sort of push a bit in there and hope it helps, and then whoops, and then turn it. So you can see that the story reveals itself as we go through and get further into looking under the surface. Like I say, you can take out these tabs and pull the top off. They're not easy to get back on. I suppose you can tap them, but so I've got an eye out for this. I guess we'll put it back together again. We'll see if it creates a problem next time when we come to tune up. So once I've done the refret, and we'll come to level the frets after the refret, and to do that I will put a set of sacrificial strings on, and then we'll have to tighten those up. So in tightening those up, I'll get a good chance to see whether this is going to break this tune, or whether it's going to work okay. But yeah, I can see that these ferrules are sort of trying to fall out. They need a slightly different size, but they're not a problem so far, so I don't suppose there will be a problem. Except to do, oh, I should have said this, to do the refret, I'm going to want to take these out anyway. So let's take them all out, because the refret, I'd like to have the neck flat against the deck, so I don't really want it, don't want these tuner things in the way. Let's have a look and see. Let's measure this, just see what we've got. We've got a, I think it's 10mm hole, yeah, 10mm hole, and we've currently got, wow, out they come, and there's your bit of paper. So these are the wrong size. They've got an 8mm bushing, so we need a converter for 10mm. I think what I'll do is I'm going to order them, because this will eventually fall off. It's a sort of make-do situation, really, and you can see I can just pull them out. Let's see what he was reading, the person who did this. Details: quality approved replacement neck. Oh, okay, that came with the Mighty Mite then. Mighty Mite. But here we are. So we're going to get some bushings. I might have some, but I'm not sure. 10 to 8. No, what am I talking about? 10mm for a 6mm post. Okay. So let's push out the other ferrules. Pull those things, bits of paper out with them. It's a solution. It's not the end of the world, but you know, it's again a sign of somebody not really waiting to get the right thing. They just go with what they've got, and I understand that temptation to do that can be quite strong. But you know, if you're starting a Partscaster, you're better off making sure you got the right bit. Right. So this really is taking this whole thing to bits. Right. So what I want to do with this guitar is take out the nut, hoping it will come away easily enough without too much struggle. No, it's pretty well glued in. Yeah. Okay. If it's been heavily glued in, then we're going to need to cut it out. It's got some sort of white stuff in here. I don't know what that is either. But it's always fun cutting a nut out. I sometimes use the Dremel disc cutter for this. And the thing you have to watch out for is not to go down, you know, too far below the or into the wood. It's not the end of the world if you do, because it doesn't affect how a new nut sits. But we want to stop round about there, and then we'll see if any of this folds up nicely. The problem with plastic like this is it just bends, so it doesn't really want to come out. So plastic does better with the Dremel, if I can get it in the right place. Yeah, so we'll cut it out. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Partscasters. They're put together by someone, obviously. And who knows exactly what secrets are hidden under there. So you come down here and have a look. Thank you. Maybe I'll do it this way. Horrible melty plastic. Yuck, shaggy melty plastic. As you can see, it's melting in sort of clumps. And it doesn't want to come out still, which is funny. You can do whatever you want to it. The problem is if you pull it out, you can risk... Oh, you can see it, look. What kind of material is that? The risk is... chunks of wood can come out with it. That's like nougat. Remember when we were kids? If you were old enough, you used to get stuff called nougat, which is probably one of the very first French words as kids you'd ever say and titter about it. Nougat, nugget, nougat. There we go. Hurrah! Phew. Get thee behind me. So, lovely. That is that hideous nut from hell gone. Okay, so this neck, I'm going to want to sort of hold it down there because I'm going to now do my special way of removing frets, or at least starting the fret removal. So, where is the... Oh, I've got it over there, haven't I? Yeah, so I'm going to use I need a clamp. Now the problem with that is if I do any holding of the neck, and I have to, I've got to try and keep it away from this decal, which is very surface applied, so it's not really going to stay there strongly. So what I want to do with the frets now is to pull them out, and I pull them out a particular way, or I start the pull. I used to use the fret pullers and bite the frets and pull. Problem is that ends up compressing the edge of the fingerboard. So what I've discovered is it works much better if I get a blade like this under the edge and I twist just to get a starter lift on the frets, so they go like that. Now I'm just going to do this one, and I'm going to nibble it away all the way across and just see how it looks and feels. Some people kind of would go on and insist on putting heat and water, well, not so much on the maple neck, but certainly heat on there. And I've done it every which way, and to be honest, I'm not really finding that much difference whether to do it one way or another. So it's a kind of feel thing. If they were struggling to come loose, or they're reluctant to come loose, these seem to want to lift up quite willingly. If they were putting up more of a fight to start off, I would probably go, throw in whatever I had as a way to get it started. But you can see I'm getting an initial kind of lift going on all of these quite comfortably. So, and then these little clippers do a pretty good job of just nibbling away along there. And the tiny little bits of chip, but nothing major. And sometimes you get a little bit of chip out just where they've been glued previously. And unfortunately, if that's the case, there's not a lot you can do with it, because the glue it's stuck to the fret, and that's your lot. So there's a little chip there. I'm wondering whether I should let's have a look with the iron, see if it will do anything. Chances are it doesn't. That's the only thing. Okay, we're off there. We're off there. Tangled as always. See the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Right, you stay there. You go there. You come out there. So obviously I'm just starting everything off tonight. You heat up there. This is mucky too. So this has got what, a very light poly finish, matte poly finish on it. It's all in fairly good condition. We'll wipe it down and see how it cleans up. But I'm still going to want to very lightly. I'm going to get my little sanding thing here, like I did on Ian's guitar, and just to clean up the edges of here. If we were going to re-radius it as a whole block, then we wouldn't necessarily do that. But so the problem with this, doing this here, is that we can chuck some heat on it. But if somebody's used anything like super glue on this before, the heat isn't going to do much to super glue. In fact, it doesn't really do much to tight bond either, as far as I can tell. It sometimes heats up grease, finger grease that's built up in the oh, I've just lifted them, haven't I? Let's do it differently. Yeah, sometimes it heats up finger grease, and that can sort of bubble and smoke a little bit, and maybe that's doing you some good. But the idea is that the theory being here is that this warmth now will somehow soften the maple wood directly underneath or around the tang and so on, and help it to release it. I don't know. We'll kind of keep going and see. So I'll just go and do the initial lift without heat, and then I'll just come back and do this sort of heating as we go. So I lift the ends of a few, and then I take them out, and then I lift the ends of a few more. Then we clean it all up. So the thing is, we've got fret wire, and it's pretty much a duplicate of this. Obviously it's going to be a little bit taller, A, because there's no point refretting with the same height you took out, because what's the point of having new frets if they're as low as the ones you just took out? Okay, so here we are back at the, got to make some more lifts point in the game. And you see this on this one, they're coming up pretty well. So the nice thing about the edge of this blade is that it will go underneath the fret quite nicely, just enough to get, and some of these, they're not even down, like that one just jumped straight up. So it will go underneath the crown. That one's lifting up with a bit of tear on it, so I'll get heat on that as well. Yeah, it goes under the crown, and then just we twist it and we get it a little bit of a start to lift. I'm hoping that they're all done enough to just get the other tool under there. We don't, oh, now that's sometimes what happens, it breaks the blade. But that's the price you pay, because we're starting off, we need something thin enough to get underneath the crown. And it takes a bite if it's very stuck. So we'll go down to about here in the same old way. So who would have thought it? A misplaced bridge. Well, on the Partscaster we probably could have expected it. Good news is the neck is the right, it's well made, i.e. the frets were terribly set, they were terribly levelled, and a little bit chipped there, but the frets are in the right place on the neck. Now we've got the, I suppose you could say that the neck pocket on the body is as given. In other words, if we were making it from scratch, we would make it to the, to fit that neck to reach the correct scale length. But because this is a Partscaster, somebody has already slammed this neck together with that body, and then as a result, the only thing we can really make alterations on is the position of the saddles, and or if we can't do much about those, because as you saw they ran into the screws before we could reach intonation, ideal intonation, then see these are, even though I've heated these, they're still chipping a little bit. Yeah, so if we can't move the saddles any closer to the correct position, then all we've got left to do, all we can do, is see, that's now down. All we can do is move the bridge slightly, and because it's, you can do it anyway, even if it's going to be used as a tremolo, but it's kind of easier in a way that it's a hard tail, because we don't have to worry so much about how the tremolo block moves. That's often when you move a bridge, a tremolo bridge, you have to also make sure that having moved it, that the new position where the block now stands, there's enough room for it to swing to work as a tremolo block. Otherwise, it's obstructed. So often there's a bit of Dremel work and or chiseling involved. So I'm nearly there with starting these all up. See, sometimes they come right up even when you don't want them to, before you have a chance to say no. Okay. There we go. Heat up, please. I mean, would it help to spray water over this while you're doing it? Does the water get in there enough? Maybe. I mean, here's an example. I'll show you as an example how we could try and do it. We could get wet up the towel, and then there's no harm in splattering some water on there, just sort of enough so it goes in alongside the tangs or whatever, and then we'll get create a bit of head of steam as well. Maybe you can hear it, yeah. So water's getting hot. We'll see whether it does any more or less flaking. Flake there, that didn't seem to help. It's very minor anyway. So this is going to be a complete reconstruct, really. this case I'm not going to charge any more than we agreed, because I feel pleased really to just be able to sort this out for Karen. She sounds like she's had some bad luck with people she's taken it to. And this one is not lifting. So let's get going. There we are. So I didn't come up to the workshop last night. I was due to start this last night, but I didn't. And the reason I didn't is because I went out to Launceston, about 20 minutes, half an hour drive, to meet some guys who had put an ad in, I think it was a Facebook page, looking for a guitar player to maybe start putting together a covers band. So I answered it, and we arranged a little meet-up just to get together and chat. No playing, no jamming or anything, which I quite like. So it's not under pressure. I don't feel, you don't go there feeling like you've got to impress or perform. So we just kind of similar age group, ranging from, I say, three of us range from mid to late 40s through to late 50s, something like that. And seemed to have, yes, it was an enjoyable hangout, good sense of humour, lots of feelings about playing music in common, which was great. So I left after 2 and something hours, bit late to come up here, but I left with sort of a short list of 5 songs to practice over the next couple of weeks, and then it would be that funny moment of choosing some guitars, a couple of guitars, and heading up there for a sort of first play, which should be quite good fun. Nerve-wracking too. I'm always afraid of my own harshest critic, but at the same time I'm also looking forward to it quite a lot. Okay, so here we have the D-fretted neck, and there's a couple of little chips here and there, but nothing major. Yeah, as a rule, I think there was a little bit less on this section, so that did look a good call out, a good shout for the steam on the fingerboard, even though it was it's maple. So these are 64, 56, 55. So those holes, slots, are fairly wide, and if I look at the wire that we've got, Karen Strat, and just before I cut it up, so it's a ring of wire. Look, a bit hard to handle at this point, but if I just take a quick look at the thing, about the same. So I think this should be a pretty straightforward drop in. I don't think we need to do any tang slot widening, but at the same time I would always clean these out. So a run through with the fret saw, slotting saw, would be good, just to make sure there is. It's better to have slightly more depth than too little, because if you have too little, you run a risk of the frets, new frets, not going into the seating on the fingerboard. And if that happens, then you get possibly what happened the time before. You get a really bad fit, and you get frets sticking up high, and it's a bit of a disaster. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to run the saw through everything. Now I'm sort of slightly assuming, this is funny, it's dirty. I'm slightly assuming that these holes are not correct. the slots are not right, and partly assuming that because of the fact that these last few really, or some of them stuck out really high. So that could have been, that one felt quite shallow. So I'm just going to go through and make sure right to the edges that they're all deep enough. And in doing so, this also cleans up the fingerboard. Now, the problem is it's adding this rosewood stain. It should come off, but it's on the bottom of this thing, and it's difficult to keep that clean because it runs along, as it's supposed to, it runs along lots of different kinds of fingerboards. So I'm feeling that there's something around this edge that isn't deep enough. So I don't think something in this process hasn't cut the slot deep enough at this edge, which could be why the original fretting, you hear it cutting at this edge. It's not cutting at that edge, but it's cutting at this edge. That's interesting. So it could be the initial quality problem, but we're going to make sure that they're all free running all the way, so our new frets will fit in without any trouble. So the secret of refretting is care and preparation. You see, that's not deep enough too. That's cutting, and the other side isn't. It's preparation of the fingerboard, place you're fretting into, and of the frets themselves. And the more time and effort you put into that, the better the refret is going to be. I've got a feeling about this neck that it feels to me like it might need some refinishing by the time we're done. Let's see how it cleans up first. And I'm conscious that this decal is sitting on the surface as well. Okay, so now my fret slots are all deep enough. Hurrah! So we've got a pretty mucky fingerboard, but let's have a go over it with some naphtha to begin with, and see how much we can wipe off, including the marks from the saw. Okay, that's looking cleaner. Yeah, that rosewood comes off with a bit of elbow grease and patience. So as I'm doing this, I can feel the crunchy edges of the original slots. So one of the things I'll do is I'll make up this little sanding tool that I use at this point. Now, if I was going to refinish the whole fingerboard, I would just get a radius block and sand it up and down and take off all of these sticky up little bumps, these crimped little bits around the edge of the slots. But I'm not going to do that, because I'd only do it if I was doing a complete refinish, but I don't think we need to do that. So instead, I need to make a very thin file that's already curved, and I'll use it to just take the crunchy bits off the top edge of these slots where the crown would sit. And that means that it will also aid the new fret crowns sitting in the right place. So this, while I'm also removing the rosewood kind of marks, I'm also cleaning up all the finger grease patterns as well. Now that's quite proving a little bit more difficult to get off. But you can see the grime coming off. God, this one putting up a fight. Right, we'll come back to that a bit. So that's looking a lot cleaner to start with. So now I will go back to making up my little device for this. I need some cellulose thinners to clean off the detritus from the underside of this, and then I cut a very thin strip I'll keep this away from paintwork. So just cleaning up kind of goo that's been on there from before. And the idea will be to just make it clean. And then hopefully I'll be able to stick some more sandpaper to the underside. This isn't the smoothest thing in the world. I wonder if I can just get a... No, that won't work. Let's get a slight curvy thing. Let's see if I can... This is an old sanding block. Obviously it used to be a neck as well, but I'm just going to use it to try and smooth out this file of mine, so that when I put the paper on it, it'll sit much closer or flusher to the curve. That's probably better. This is a nifty little tool that I made from a piece of jumbo fret wire, which I bent but also then cut off the tang. As you can see, smoothed it off mostly. It's a little bit sticky up at this end, isn't it? And I've done it such a way that I can put the sticky tape on it, no, the sandpaper, sticky backed sandpaper or whatever the word would be, and cut it. Actually, I could probably... So I'm going to run short of this soon. Cutting board of sorts. Yeah, I'm going to run short of paper. So I'll get myself a thin slice of this, as thin as I can get away with. I'm going to stick it to there and then trim it if we can, as close as we can. The glue isn't the strongest glue in the entire world, so I'm going to try and put it over there like that, and over there like that, and sort of press it down on there. Now, how do I cut this, trim this back? I'll sort of hold it on there and see how well it does. Yeah, sort of, maybe. This was a dead neck, which came in handy as I used the curved radius part of it to do some sanding. Put it to good use. It was twisted, so it was not doing service as a playing neck. Be confident that one's fingers are out of the way. Okay, so that's good. Here's my little thing, and then I just cut that off, sort of there. Right, let's get this out of the way, that out of the way, this out of the way, and then you'll be able to see the marvel that is my little sanding thing. So probably could do with being clamped down. So here we've got the crunchy edge of the frets. See that crunchy fret edge there? So what I do, stick on, stay on. This doesn't really stick very well, but it sort of works long enough. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to sand along that, the edges of the slot. And I'm doing it to get rid of the sort of crunchy detritus that sticks up. And it's only for the point of making it smoother, to be sure that the new fret will sit down and sit flush on the fingerboard. And the better that surface is, the better it's going to seat, and then the less levelling I'm going to have to do. So that feels good, that feels crunchy. So we just basically stroll along and do that. And the difficult bit is only keeping it in a straight line and controlling the amount of sideways movement it does, because if you do it very, very carefully and mostly keep it keep it restrained, you can end up with the sanded bit sort of mostly lives under the tang when you put the new frets on, which is what you want really, because this is obviously this is a jumbo tang. So the truth is, on a narrower gauge like this, you will, if you've got a microscope, you would see a little bit of the sanded area sticking out, but I promise you it's so little it's hardly noticeable. But that's the plan, is to get it smooth so that the refret is yeah, more precise. So here we are. So that's probably nearly as much as we're going to get done, is it? Let's just set the timing. We are, yeah, 20:42. I think that's going to be it for tonight. I may also cut the frets off camera. I'll do the rest of these off camera because it will take a while, as you can see. Yeah. All right. Off camera, finish all these, and I'll probably cut the. No, I'll tell you what I'll do tonight. I won't cut the frets. I'll show you that tomorrow. Tonight I will paint the conductive paint on the inside, but I think I'll put some resin in and stick this back in first, and I'll do the little drill and refills in the body where we're going to reposition the bridge. So I'll put this bit off to one side just so I can show you what I mean by the drill and refills. So we've got to fill these holes, and available I've got 6mm stuff. What's the word for it? 6mm dowel, or I've got 10. 10mm would stick out a bit, we'd see it. So 6mm would be more than enough, and you could go smaller, but the problem is if we go smaller it may well actually be, oh, is this a smaller one? No, it's a 6mm. If we go smaller it will rattle, I think, and it won't pack out the gap. No, so it's better to be oversized, but that means we've got to drill it to that size. Now it's probably better to do it drill on the pillar drill, but we've got to find the bit first, the correct size bit. So 6mm bit, where are you? Maybe grab a whole bunch and see. That looks like 5.5. 5.5. 5.5. 4.96. 5.5. Give me a 6. 7. 5.5. 7. 6.5. Right. So of all the ones I can't find, 6 is top of the list. 6. Thank you. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'll put that. Chances are I might actually not be able to reach that. That's the other constraint. So it may have to be a hand drill. So we put this up here. Oops. Forgive me. Where did the 6 go? Sorry, you should be enjoying watching me drop things and make a mess over here. These chuck keys are such a stupid invention. There should be like a drill fitting. Just go, if that. But I can't complain because it still works brilliantly after a long time. Okay, so the question is, with this bit, can I get into there? No, I can't. So it's going to have to be by hand, which is not the end of the world, but it's not ideal. Just the way it has to be. Come along. So we basically have to drill down and give ourselves 6mm holes in order to fill. And the chances are they'll go all the way through because they're already through at the back here. But that's okay, we just want to fill them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a little head start with a countersink. Without that, the paint sometimes kind of goes off in different directions. So this helps the bit to locate. These are multiple holes here. They're on top of each other going in funny directions. So I've got to get it just down so that the 6mm bit will fit in there comfortably. There we go. Here we go. Through. And then what we'll do, the time is right, we will definitely fit this in. It's looking very snug, so it won't take much in the way of glue. Sort of letting the hole tell me where it is, and letting it pull the bit in. Right. So, like I'm saying, this looks a fraction on the tight side. They are the same size exactly. Let's just check it again. Actually, that's not true. This is coming up at 630, so the 650 would have been the best bet. Darn. 695. Find it. 640. Let's do that one. So just over widen it, and then we'll get some glue and we'll fill these out, cut them short and let them set, and then they'll basically strengthen out that platform there, which we've got to put new drill holes into. Unfortunately, it's the only way of moving the bridge if it's been done put in the wrong place, or the neck pocket mismatch. Okay. Good. Terrific. So what we can do, there's a couple of options here. We can either do this with glue or with resin. This is really nice and snug. Blimey. Very snug. I don't actually think there'll be enough room for resin to go in there and do anything. Let's just let's see if we can just loosen it a tiny bit. Oh, nice one. That's the only downside about this thing. Occasionally it goes off. I think wood glue is the best option. So what we want to do is, I think, just to make things a bit easier, I'm going to put some Gorilla Tape on the inside of here, just so that we'll get glue No, actually I won't. We'll get glue coming out. If it was resin, I'd put some tape there, but we'll let the glue come out the back and then we'll mop it up. You can see this is a different colour, so this has definitely been re-sprayed with metallic car paint, I would say, Halford Z, probably a Hycote colour. Okay, I'm going to leave the marker on for the 648 because we'll sort of need that, and what I want is, I want 6 of these here things at about so long. So I'm going to need to cut those, or chop them. If I chop them, they tend to be a bit ragged, so I'll cut them. And I'll use a coping saw for the fun of it. They don't have to be exact length, we just want them long enough to go through and come out the other side. One, yawn. Two. Three. Bang. 4. 5. 6. Okay. So what I tend to do is, first of all, is to round off the end I'm going to use to go into the hole, and then what I'll also do is I'll create a channel down the side of each of these posts so that any excess glue, it'll probably come out the bottom, but no, actually I don't need to do that. If it was a hole without, if it was just a well with no exit hole, then I would create a channel so that instead of the glue acting like a hydraulic fluid and stopping the post going in, the channel would let the glue come up the side and relieve the pressure and allow the dowel to go down. But in this case it's not necessary because it exits at the bottom and any excess glue will come out of there. So you can see that there have been a load of little things we've turned up already on this adventure with this guitar, but we're determined to make them all go right. Oh yeah, who's out there in a car? Somebody to love. Right, we get some bit of sandpaper, no, bit of whatever this thing is. Post-it notes, my sort of mixing pad, and then I'll just show you the filling bit. So what we'll do is get a bit of the old kitchen roll under there, because this will come through to begin with, and then we'll just need to mop it up. So a bit of kitchen roll for the overspill, and then the thing will be to get some glue in each of these, and we'll push it through as we go, but some glue for starters. Yeah, it's surprisingly common, this business with the bridges on Partscasters being out of place, because people sort of hope that their Mighty Mite neck will match with the body they've got, and they can't quite remember where the body came from, sort of thing. And the truth is they often just don't quite. So here we go. That's actually now almost a fraction too loose. We'll see how it goes. Let's see how it feels. It could be that this may be this one. I'm just getting a feel. If it's loose, too loose, then I may want to revert to that's okay. Say revert to what's the word, resin, but then I'd have to clean out all these holes and that would take a while. Not sure, not 100% sure. It's almost a fraction over. So varying degrees of correctness. So okay, you can all sit up there, that's fine by me. Wipe that clean. Well, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to give that a try out, and we'll see how it sets, and if it worries me in any way I will remove it or drill it out, and we'll do it again with a resin that will set all around it, but we'll see how it goes. That's the start bit. Okay, so that's got a set. While we're at it, we are going to need to, I'm going to glue this on. I've got some epoxy here. I'm going to glue this little bit of wood on, but I want it to stay on and be a little bulked up so that it will stand a chance of receiving the drill bit. Epoxy resin and hardener. Resin and hardener. I'll have enough. He thinks, whoops, that's enough. Quick drying. You never know how quick is. There we go. Too much mixed, but as long as we got enough in the case we need to replace those. Quick mix up. Oh, this isn't like the stuff I normally use. Ooh, it's snotty. How weird. What does it say? It dries in 30 seconds. No, it doesn't say that. I'm kidding. That is very snotty. I'm not used to the consistency of that. Okay, this one goes in. Oh boy. Yikes, malarkey goes in like that, does it? Top. Oh, come on, snot. It's not a nice consistency at all. I've never had resin behave this way. So this has to be like so. Fit in like that. Have I got it any useful way round? Do I know what I'm doing? I'm going round in circles because it doesn't seem to be the right way round. Holy crap. That's about right. Sort of. Okay, I think what I'll do is I will, if I can, I will blob some more on here and just make a bit of stick in there. It's not really, that piece of wood is not really very solidly attached because it's because it came away with the grain sort of sticking out. I'm going to fill the hole with epoxy too. So it's very difficult. I can't prise it back in. It's already sort of only sitting on the surface. So I'm sort of making a bit of a lumpy thing that hopefully will just dry and add some strength and create a substance that we can drill a hole in. I think that will probably sort itself out, particularly if I put it up like this. It probably will. So I'll put it on the chair for a minute while I get ready to tidy up, and come back and check it a little bit later. Okay, right, I'm going to carry on doing the weird epoxy resin. I'm going to carry on doing the sanding of the neck, but I'll switch off now, and I'll see you tomorrow. Before I go tonight, if the epoxy dries quickly, I will probably do the shielding paint, and then that'll have overnight, 24 hours to dry up. All right, time to switch off. See you tomorrow. Well, for some reason yesterday, this iPhone ran out of batteries and conked, so we only had, last bit was only available excuse me, only available in superb overhead Sonio Vision, so that's about the way it was. Anyway, we'll overcome that a bit later. So this bit of the thing, here's the fret wire. I've bent it to 9.5 inches radius, so now is the fun time to cut it. Now the thing about cutting it is we're going to lose a little bit off each end first. I've got the crappiest duff cutters here. They're not too bad, but they're a bit worn out. I've got some new ones which don't cut quite as flush. So my first thing is I'm going to start by cutting fret wire slightly oversized, and I'm noticing this is doing its old thing again. Damn it! This is cutting and leaving a little gouge on the frets, which we don't want it to do. So I have to waste a little bit more and get rid of that. So this is a bit too long a piece. I had a 3 meter section, so I'm basically, I could have cut it in half again, but I was trying to sort of avoid. When you cut it a piece in half, you're just guessing where the frets are going to fall, and the chances are the more pieces you cut it into, the more likelihood you're going to end up with leftover bits. But the truth is, a 1.5 meter length of wire is still too long to productively use. So I'm just basically trying to manipulate this darned extra long coil of wire and cutting fair amounts of overhang. I've got enough material not to worry about it too much. I don't want to be wasteful for the sake of it, but so I'm running along here, cutting away and getting ready to make this new set. And then once I've done that, we'll trim and prep the frets. A fair amount of little things we can do, and I'll show you close up in a bit. But we'll make sure that they are as close to the right size as possible, and then we'll make it, get them ready and then press them. And I'm going to, on this set, I think, don't know, I feel at the moment like I'm preparing to use Type Bond as the glue. On Ian's just the other day, I didn't use glue at all because the fit was so good that my instincts told me that's gripping just right. So, you know, the glue would only be a security or an extra security to make sure they stayed in place. There's no real harm, but I just, because it felt so good, I thought I'm going to do this as a purist job and put it in without any glue, which of course is how most techs or luthiers fret their necks the first time out. You know, in the first instance they just cut the frets, tap them in, job's done. You very rarely see any glue coming out to play at the beginning. So I think the reason, by the way, that the iPhone conked out is I think I ended up leaving too much memory, too much undeleted videos. It only takes me to forget to delete the last evening's video and I run out in the following evening. It's just, That's the way it is. Okay, so there's my rack of frets and some leftover, and the leftover is good because if I make a mistake or something needs to be pulled out and started again, then I've got the space to do it without getting into trouble. Now what I want to do here is to try and show you what I'm going to do next, but hopefully with a bit of close-up involved so you can see. I get a pen. Right, so the idea is with these frets, what I'm going to do is I'm going to previously the frets came right to the end and were beveled with the metal sticking flush with the end, and that's one way of doing it. It's also quite nice to fill the ends with some filler and keep it clean so that you don't see the metal sticking out. So I'm going to go, am I going to go with that way? This is a seasoned neck, isn't it? Don't know, what do you think? Should we go, let's keep it looking the same. This time let's not undercut it. Let's just, I'll go that way. So given that I'm not going to undercut it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just sort of start by checking how this wire feels sitting on here. Well, first of all, it doesn't want to sit at all. How is the fit? Can't get the bit to stay in, the tang to stay in. Okay, that's quite good. I reckon we could probably tap this in without any glue, but we're going to go for glue this time. So, truth is, for this, doing it this way, I don't need to cut anything in advance. When I do the overhang version, which can be nice if you want to hide the fret ends and have them covered up with some filler, then you need to sort of prep them in advance and cut the underhang bits. But all we need really to do now is to take these here set of frets across to the fretting place, right, and get the ends the right way around. I'll bring you across in a minute. Of course, we won't be able to see it in the overhead Sony view. We might be able to actually, I don't know. Let's get some glue out. Now, one of the things we need blades, some glue, and we need a wet cloth. So we take one of these wet cloths from here. It'll do. It's a little bit cold and yucky, but its purpose is just to wipe up the glue, excess glue. Excuse me. Right, let's bring you over to here, and I will. Let's put you up on this here shelf. If I can move a couple of things out of the way. Let's see if you can fit there. Now, what I can't tell is what your view is, so I'll go and get me the mirror and bring me the neck. Okay. Oh, there's your view. Right. Well, I start at this end, so let's go down halfway down. Let's see, where would I be doing this to? There's my thing. I'm going to change over my. I've done this before. Now I keep missing out. I need the 9.5. Is that? I think it's already in there. Oh, it might be the 14 that's in there. Come to think of it, yes, it is. 14's in there. I've got the hex key for changing it over. Good. So I'm going to fit the 9.5 hex key. Oh Lord, this one's stuck. Brilliant. Fit the 9.5 hex key. So 9.5 insert is what I'm looking for. But the problem I've got now is my other brass insert, the 14-inch one, is deciding it's stuck. And because it's a swinging thing, a rotating thing, it's not going to want to come off easily. Right, bit of leverage. That's the way to do it. So the 9.5 press thing, it's a bit grubby, so I'm going to quickly find a blade. Sorry about the view. Well, you got me here. And just take off this bit of excess glue that's built up here. Just get in the way of the pressing action. I probably should drop these straight into a container of water as soon as I've done the fret pressing. That would make this easier, or help it stay cleaner, easier. Okay, back to here, putting in the 9.5. I had to over drill and re-thread this hole from the original one because it basically wore itself out. Let's see, now we're working down there. Oh no. Problem is, if we go there, you can't see anything else. Let me just change your position. There. Let's see if I can zoom out and see. Yeah, well, you get a better picture there. How about that? It's not ideal, but so here we are. We've got lots of tissue paper for cleaning up. We've got a cloth here. We've got the press here, and a magnet there for no reason. And we've also got a little bit of cunningly positioned bungee rubber, which I use to hold the frets down for a minute. So to begin with, I'm going to start by putting that stuff, glue, into the first, well, the last fret on the neck. But so it's a fairly simple affair. We start with glue, drop it into the slot, and we can be as sort of careless as we like as long as the glue goes in there. You can wipe the glue away very easily. Now this, I noticed before, this is a very thin, the overhang here is quite weak, so I need to be careful in the first instance. So if I press this down, I'm going to need to find a support. So I'm starting with my fret that I've cut for that size, and I'm just going to drop it on there. First thing I need is the little hammer, just to tap it into position, and then I'm going to want a block that will work as a support. Now I want one that is going to just so happen to be the right size, so it could be a bit of guesswork here. We'll see how guessworky I get. Yeah, close, but not close enough. Bam, tap that on there. That could break the other way. Tiny bit too much. Find another piece or two. Just bear with me. It's important to get the right bit. Ow. That one. A bit narrower. Not that much narrower. This might be it. Bit of Eki. Eki has a perfect fit. Eki has an amazing structure. It's very like, it has a lot of similarities with Wengi actually. So that should just help us to avoid that going down. So I get first of all a bit of a fix on it, and then it's a bit of a handful because it's sticking out a bit far, but we get a position on it like this. Make sure that the block is under there supporting it, and then give it a fairly strong pull down. And we can go that way. And then what I tend to do is to use some paper to wipe off the excess glue. In fact, a screwdriver is usually a better device for that. Just to get in there with a paper towel. and then the other side. But again, it's wood glue, so it's easy to clean up. And the only thing to keep an eye on is if you're using wood glue, is just to make sure that you keep it moist. I'll just take that off for a minute and have a look. So at this point, get the cloth, just give it a quick run over like this, and at the ends just clear up the excess glue basically. And that is its basic fit. Now what I'm interested in doing, the other thing, by the time you've tapped it in or pressed it in, if you find that there's this space underneath, you can always fill those afterwards once you've done the end beveling. Okay, so that first examination, I've not got my usual lighting on. Oh well, I don't need it. First examination is that looks like it's sinking down perfectly on the fretboard. So first kind of assessment is good. So now I don't need this bit anymore. That was just a one-off for the overhang. And I'm going to sort of go and put two lots of glue on this time. And then we can do two at a time, one after another. So again, the blade here is helping to drive the glue into the slot. So the glue part of it is just a little bit of an extra grippaging. It's not the end of the world. And I say, most people fret straight up without gluing. Certainly when they're fretting for the first time a new neck. So I just use that hammer just to tap the fret in to give it the sort of first seating so it doesn't go anywhere. And then we can bring it up here. Again, this is, I'm using the block upside down here just as a solid base to enable me to press down. So I'm pressing the first one down, and then I'm just going to go straight to the second one and press that one down too. And typically, if I'm honest, with this kind of glue, I don't usually do the holding down with the bungee rope thing. That's very useful when I'm using super glue, because the length of time that holds the clamp down or the press down on the fret happens to be just about long enough for super glue to dry. It might be 30 seconds while I'm getting ready, the next fret's ready. So that 30 seconds is perfect, because the glue goes off, the fret is either seated in the right place and happily in, or it isn't, and it usually is nicely done. So I'm just doing the ends again, keeping the glue moist, and then you can always dry it off again with a bit more of this stuff. So the next thing to look out for is obviously is to make sure that these all are seated nice and evenly, and you can look at the reflections carefully for that. If you see anything standing up for any reason, you have to address it now. It's not something you can put off till later. If it's not going in right now, there's some sort of problem and you need to deal with it. But I'm happy with that. That's all good. Yeah, and even if you don't know what it is, you've just got to stop and pull the frets and then have a good look and see what's going wrong. Because you'll even, the point being is, even while you maybe don't know what's causing it, it still doesn't change the fact that it's not working. The worst thing you can do, and it's very tempting, I've been tempted to carry on and just hope that somehow it'll improve, or maybe you can fret level out the problem later or whatever. And if you just keep on going, that sort of imperative to keep going just means you'll end up with a set of frets that you already know that you're not happy with, and the chances are you'll end up chucking them all away and starting again. And that's a horrible waste of time and energy that nobody wants to be doing that. So some people, as you probably know, like to tap the frets in, and I've regularly done that with a block like this, which I've cut with a 9.5 radius on it, and I will go like that and like that. I can use that now while I'm sort of getting it started, and then I can press it on the press just to finish the job off. So instead of hitting it with the hammer, now I'm just giving it a nice start. And again, we'll get these three on, and then we'll stop and take a good look, make sure it's all going in the right place. These are blocks of oak that I just cut on the bandsaw. I marked out the radii and just cut them and then sanded them. So I'm pressing in now to make sure these go right in. A good hard pull. Oops. And then clean out the excess glue. Again, I tend to be fairly wasteful of the kitchen roll. Just chuck it on the floor, clean it up later on, because I just want to keep the process going. What was I saying now? Yes, the oak blocks. they're very useful. You know, some people imagine that you have to have either you have to have perfect radius blocks to fret the neck like this, or they have to be custom made or made by luthiers or whatever. The truth is, you can tap in these frets. The guiding structure for getting these frets to the right shape is the fretboard. So whatever you tap the frets with, they will stop, if you like, when they reach the level on the fretboard, and that's to do with the fretboard shape. So really, it doesn't matter if you tap them with a hammer or you tap them with a piece of wood. The aim will be that you get them down nice and firmly onto the fretboard where they stay, like that. So actually, it could be any shape. It doesn't have to be rounded on the end. I haven't really got any others here, but you could take a block like this, right? That's not made with a radius. It's absolutely just a lump of stuff. But I could tap them in quite happily with this. It's better that it's smaller rather than longer. I don't want to be hitting these with a big flat piece, but if I'm hitting them with lots of little bits, I'm just doing the same thing as going like this, tapping the frets into the weighting slots and tapping them down so that they're nice and firmly fixed flush or against the fretboard. So I'm just again looking down here, plenty to cut off the edge, which is fine, but they're sitting down nicely, and if I have any doubts at all, I just put them back on there and give them a little pull, not a massive go, but just a little pull, and if anything's sticking up, it'll just push it into place. The problem is, or the issue here is that if you're at this stage and you press you say you're doing it with the press, I mean, like, you could do it with a block, but if you're doing it with the press and you press these down, or if you tap them down and then you look and they're sticking up, you have to stop, because either the fret is perhaps bent and it's been bent out of shape and it's sticking up at one end, in which case you probably never get it to sit down unless you use lots of super glue, which you won't really want to be doing, not lots of it anyway. And you certainly don't want to be forcing something that's not really the right shape to go into it, because it's always sort of under tension waiting to spring back up. So you've got to stop, and you've got to have the discipline to clean out the slot again, start from scratch, and make sure you've tidied it or cleared up absolutely every possible obstruction that might be causing, or reason that might be causing the fret not to seat. And occasionally you might find it's a piece of wood or flake of wood or something sitting in the what do you call it, the slot that you didn't see before, and just that little tiny obstruction can stop it seating properly. So first bite, this just stops it falling out when I put the next one in. I'm not trying to bash it all the way in. Now there is a consideration to make when you're fretting, and I've taken account of this already. and there's not a problem here. But you may remember me having compared the width of the fret tang, measured it early on. A typical situation might be if you're going up a gauge in terms of fret wire from small to jumbo or medium or something like that. What will also increase in size will be the thickness of the fret tang, and as that increases in size, you may find a problem that the slots on your neck aren't quite big enough for the new fret wire size or gauge or whatever you want to call it. That's possible, and that does happen. When that happens, you have only one option really. When that happens, if you continue and just hammer in the frets, the extra width will be accommodated. The wood will kind of bend and stretch to accommodate it, but it will do so mostly by kind of spreading the neck apart, and because it can't go anywhere in this direction, it bends round, and you end up with what looks like a backbowed neck just from refretting, and you may not be able to tame that. If you start with that, you may be in trouble, and you may be permanently stuck with a backbowed neck, and you really don't want that to happen, because that's a major playability screw up from the outset. So it's quite critical that you're confident, or you feel comfortable that you are at or very, very close to the original fret tang width. Now those little digital calipers aren't the most accurate things in the world. They're not bad. They go down to sort of 3 decimal places if you get the decent ones, but even still they can vary a little bit between usages. They're not that's good. They're not the most accurate in the world, but they are accurate enough to be able to say with hand on heart that you're pretty close in terms of fret tang width. So definitely use them. Definitely use them to measure your tang width. And if you think you're even close, or if it's feeling even the slightest bit tight, don't err on the side of caution. In other words, don't run the risk of bending this neck into a back bow at any cost. Now that means that you may have to go back down or go across all the frets and widen them. And there are a number of ways you can do this. You can buy various different gauge fret saw blades, or blades with different widths, or you can find something that will do the same thing, which may not have been custom specialist made for it. So for example, in the last fretting I used for Ian's guitar, I used a coping saw blade, which happened to be exactly the width I wanted to widen. It didn't take much to widen, but it was the right width, and there was nothing about it which wouldn't do the job. Of course it wasn't a specialist guitar tool, but did perfectly well. If you find yourself stuck with nothing that you can use, or a saw, you have no other saws with a pretty close to the right thickness, you can improvise and make yourself a sort of, not a screwdriver exactly, but a tapering blade head, screwdriver head like a blade, and you can put it in and sort of lean it as you pull through, and you can widen you can get used to, or you can learn to quite effectively widen the slots that way. You're sort of compressing the walls a bit to widen them, but it is acceptable and it does the job. Nothing bad happens. So with all the jobs around, well, most of the jobs, but certainly around fretting and things like that, it isn't it's not a scientific or a laser precision job in the first place. It is very old school. You're hammering in some frets into some wood, and as such, it's always got the opportunity to sit in slightly different positions or things to go wrong. That one doesn't want to sit down full stop. So yeah, it's not micron precise, and that's why you very often, partly why you end up with some frets sitting higher than others, and differences, because you may perhaps I pull down a little harder on this one than the others, and it pushes it in a little bit lower. Maybe I compress the wood a little bit without meaning to. But little tiny variations can result in enough unevenness to mean that you need to level the frets. But that's no big deal, because it's always within the amount of leveling that we're used to doing, and it's quite common to do. It's very rare that difference in fretting. I used to perhaps more believe that different pressures in fretting led to some fairly different, not extreme, but quite noticeable differences in height as far as fret rockers and levelness was concerned. But actually, since I've been using the banana fret leveling method more and more, I think I've come to the conclusion that actually the primary source of uneven frets actually is the underlying not very smooth curve of the neck itself. Under compression with the strings on, the neck doesn't behave in a very smooth or uniform way, and so what I've been finding is that regularly I get little sort of clusters of frets in a sort of up and down hills and valleys, I call it, and that means they may have been fairly level to begin with, but the forces, the pull of the strings on the neck and the compression effects on the neck tend to cause it to bunch a little bit. Not so much that you can see it with the naked eye, but you can pick it up in that microscopic levelness or lack of levelness, or you may hear it or feel it as an uneven fret that chokes out the next one. Now I'm just looking at this one here, and to me that one looks like it's not quite sitting at the end, and I don't know if that has to do with that part of the neck there being different in any way. So I'm just going to give it another little pull down, and I'm going to study it carefully, and I'm going to look down here and see if it's actually showing up as different, or whether it's just, you know what, that's coming out. Don't ask me why, but that one isn't doing it for me. So I'm going to take it out, and I'm just going to, I think that's because it's been bent badly somewhere. I may have hit the end of the fret wire and not the way the fret wire is produced, for some reason it when it's sent to me in a coil, it doesn't have enough, the way they produce it, they can't quite bend the first inch of each coil, or perhaps the beginning and end of each coil. They don't quite bend it right, and it leaves a slight flat spot here, and I'm wondering if that's got it too. That's a good piece. So I'm going to cut myself a new piece, and I'm going to redo that. So that's a stay there, would you? Thank you. That's a good example of just sensing straight away that I don't like the way it's working. I'm going to pull it, and we're not going to waste time on it. We'll end up in a bad situation. So you can stay there in case I need some more wire, if we get that again. So you notice that the first thing I did was clear the slot out and make sure that there's no crunchy bits of wood acting as an obstruction in there. Because if there is something like that, then that is the reason why it didn't seat properly, then we're only going to get the same problem again, which is a bit silly. So I'm going to just tap this home again, put it on here. So that was just spotting the first one so far, hopefully the only one, but the first one that wasn't seated comfortably, and it was just a tiny stick up at one end. And actually the simplest is Occam's razor. The simplest explanation was, it was in fact the most likely one is the simplest one, and the case it was that it's the fret that isn't seated properly. And that's usually, or almost always, first port of call is that the fret itself isn't curved right. So pull it out, check, clean the slot, cut some new wire, chuck the old one away. You could, if you're absolutely desperate, you could reuse it, but the problem is once you pull it out, you reshape it very slightly anyway. You flatten it out by pulling it, and sometimes more, and in just right at the spot that you pulled it at one end, and so on. So you never get, very rarely, if ever, get a good fret left in your hand once you pulled it out. So it's just a good bit of sort of fretting discipline to throw it away. Looking down there, that's fine. Good, happy. Yeah. So that's why it's always good to have a little bit more fret wire than you need, and that's one of the reasons why I'm very pleased to bend and cut my own fret wire, which means I always start with more than I need, but it gives me that extra to fix problems with. If I had bought a set of 22 pre-curved frets from a supplier, often they sell them in 24s, and you might just get away with, sometimes they're ready cut almost to length, which means you can't switch them around. Sometimes you might get 24 all of approximately the same length, and meaning all of them as wide as the widest one down there, plus a little bit, in which case you may be able to sort of switch out, move them all along in sequence, but difficult if you've already got some of them pressed down. But have more rather than less is my advice. Not quite wanting to go in first tap like this, but hoping it's just going to give it enough to seat it a little bit so it doesn't wander off anywhere. So tonight is the famous, oh, nearly hit myself there, the famous Guy Fawkes night in the UK, dating from way back in the good old bad old days when a certain political activist and some friends, some co-conspirators, planned to make a political statement by blowing up the British Parliament. Was it the English Parliament? Probably technically the English Parliament. And the story goes that their plan involved planting a ton or so of explosives, or gunpowder I should say, down underneath the Houses of Parliament, and then detonating them, and thereby ridding England of the despicable whatever political class. And it didn't come to fruition. I think the plot was revealed. I don't remember if they made a mistake and gave themselves away, or whether they were informed on. But either which way, it was foiled, and the co-conspirators met very grim fates indeed, which, as far as the celebration with the gruesome celebration of burning an effigy of Guy Fawkes on a large bonfire, sort of tells you about his end. I think some of the other co-conspirators were Catesby, Rattray, or someone like that, because there was a joke at the time of the rat, the cat, as in Catesby, and something else. It was kind of animals. Anyway, they were also savagely tortured and publicly executed in a way that only the royal powers of the time could seem to be able to do. And of course, it was the reason why these executions were so high visibility and so gruesome was obviously. It's a funny thing to say that it wasn't even personal, but it's true. It wasn't personal. It wasn't like in some cases it might have been, but generally speaking, it wasn't like the scale of the misery that was inflicted on them. Was a marker of how much the king of the time hated them as individuals who threatened his powers or so on. The reason for the kind of high-profile brutality and the symbolism, the sort of very stark symbolism of the cruelty inflicted on them, was literally a sort of high-visibility spectacle of the power over the body of the citizens, if you like, of the royal house. So when I'm just looking down here, so the idea of a horse pulling, tearing somebody, horse drawn and quartered and pulled apart by a horse. It seems unnecessarily grotesque, but it was meant and was a raw display of power of the state. No ordinary man could do that to another person, but the state had the power to do it. And when the state sought to wreak punishment, it could do it. Here's what it can do. Here's how powerful it is. There's nothing left of you when the state's finished getting its retribution on you. Now I'm looking down here and I'm wondering if I can see anything slightly raised up here or not. We can, it's possible while we're at it, we can do sort of a little preliminary check along the way. I seem to have misplaced some of I had two of these little fret rockers, which I rarely use these days, but I seem to have misplaced one of them. I've got one left, which isn't a very good one. As for where the other one has gone, it is anybody's guess. A quick forage over here. No. Yeah, fret rockers are funny things. Don't trust them. So let's have a look. So, despite my eyes, this looks fine. My eyes are, I kind of can't do it on this edge here because it's, unless I take this off. Yeah, but you said don't trust them, Sam. Well, that's true. The problem with them is, yeah, there's a bit of a rock on there. Rock on, baby. Yes, I mean this sort of slight unlevelness is all within the realms of fret leveling anyway, but it's just a good indicator. I mean it's looking all pretty close, a little bit there, and what we tend to find is the frets will settle. See, now that I don't even think that's a level issue. I don't think this thing is level at all. It's showing it's uneven on all of them, and I don't believe that to be the case. Yeah, so that's why these things are not trustworthy, because it's entirely possible for this to be, here it is, it's not level. Or if I trust this is level, then that isn't level. I can see a gap. So they wear down. That's the weirdest thing. This one's aluminium. It was a crimson one I originally got, and I didn't think about it clearly, and I used it for a long time, and eventually it developed a well, it didn't develop anything. I didn't notice that in fact what was happening was a little bit of difference there. What I noticed was the I remember it sort of, I couldn't get rid of some fret level as from some fret rock. That's right, I was doing it in the old-fashioned technique, so I'd be you know, checking with the level, doing some more leveling, checking with the rocker, I should say, doing some more leveling. Yeah, see these? I don't even think these are very even. Yeah, checking with the fret rocker, and it would say, no, you're not even. See, that's saying fine. Well, that's saying a tiny bit, but hardly any. Actually, if I get it to the right length, a tiny little bit there, for example. Anyway, yeah. So I kept sort of trusting the rocker, and I kept on leveling away left, right, and centre merrily. And basically, what happened is it was quite early days, and I took away about half the life span of a new set of frets that I'd put in, and then I suddenly occurred to me I had to stop at one point. I thought, this just isn't working out. There's something going wrong here, and I stopped and I took a very close look at this. And what I noticed, I can sort of demonstrate, and I wouldn't have believed it possible, but it's not that hard to imagine. So if you think about it, you use this one for about the first 3 or 4 sets of frets, and what it means is that when you put them across 3, you tend to get the frets tend to fall. The first one falls kind of there where the black spots are, but in total they all sort of tend to fall in a region sort of like that as you do it. So that sort of basically, there tends to be 3 places where, as you go down to here and then before you change to the shorter side, you tend to rest the frets, and it doesn't go in between, it's just on those 3 places. And what I actually discovered is that they'd worn away, and so it was uneven, only by a fraction. But the point was, I was never going to get an even set of frets because the rocker was uneven. And then I realised, of course, that one was made of aluminium. And why on earth did I expect aluminium not to wear when it was being rocked, you know, day after day against copper nickel frets? So I think in the immediate response was I went and bought a stainless steel one, which lasted longer, I think, but also I don't trust it, or I didn't trust it completely, because I think it was still subject to the same possibility of wearing. So anyway, that nearly cost me a refret from scratch, that did. And in the end, what I got down to was it was on a Partscaster that I was selling to someone, and in the end I said, look, I will knock 150 quid off the price or whatever it was, because I've leveled these frets, made this mistake, and it's taken some of the life off them in about halfway down. So still very playable, but I'll give you a discount because it's my mistake, and he was happy with that. But it was could have been a very costly, well, it was a sort of costly mistake. But in a way, it was inexperience, and the fact that I didn't even think to distrust the fret rocker. I thought I was failing to level the frets enough, and I carried on, which was very much a wrong thing to do. But I never did that again. Let's put it that way. So I'm just going to load all these up right now and get them all in. So that's why nowadays I actually don't use the fret rocker at all. I mean, just there was about the first time in months I've checked anything with a fret rocker. It's just because it's still informative. If as long as it's not worn, you can get a sort of an idea. But you saw how quickly I didn't really want to take the word of that fret rocker. So it doesn't I don't see it as a dependable device. So we're at the stage now where, as with all refrets, I go slightly higher on the fret wire, because obviously the whole point of refretting is to put fresh frets in and regain some height, a little bit back to where it was when the guitar was newer, but having that extra little bit of height anyway is really good because it gives me room for fret leveling. So on every refret I do, maybe more like 1 out of 30, I might get just lucky and get the perfect playable from the outset refret, but it's incredibly rare. Oh, that one doesn't want to seat. Yeah, very rare, and I don't feel bad about it being rare. It's just the way it is. I'd be extremely lucky to. That one's trying to go in sideways. Blimey. Why that is, I don't know, but sort of little flags up here. See, it doesn't want to go in. Now, what would that be? Would it be something in the slot stopping it? We shall find out. Anyway, yes, so 1 in 30 maybe, if that, will be playable right from the off. The majority have to be leveled, and that isn't a bad thing considering how small the distances and tolerances we're talking about are. It's that precise. You need to make sure it is precise, and the precision leveling with the strings on is the way to get that precision in my experience. So right at the end of the neck, it's always a slightly dodgy thing to do because the neck doesn't quite, in my thing here, doesn't quite cross over that gap. I could probably do with putting a thinner piece of ply on there or something first, but I never quite got round to it. So I'm going to try and quickly clean off some of this glue. Get some damp cloth on there in a minute. Yeah, so the amount of leveling it'll be small, but we will need to do a little bit. On Ian's, the one I just did, the Telecaster, I was pleased to see that it was very close to being playable from the outset. Only there was a little tiny bit of fret slap on the low strings, which is quite common, very common, and so I kind of leveled it to just tidy that up and make it as perfect could be. But it was playable as it was, so it was a sign of or a feel of a good outcome. But yeah, it's primitive system. You're banging things into organic slots made of wood that don't necessarily do the same thing every time, or don't obey the laws of what human beings want. So it's quite random, and as a result, when people sort of think about fretting and sort of talk about it as if it's rocket science, and there's some other systems that should be able to fret something perfectly level, and why hasn't Fender fretted it perfectly level, or in some other brand? It's because it's very crude, really. You're shoving something into a slot in wood on a surface that may not be quite bending in the shape or the direction that you really most want it to, and you may just have a feeling to go against what you want and be difficult. So, and that's in a way the answer to the question. People can be quite surprised that when I say almost, if not all guitars have uneven frets, and people go, why is it so hard to, if you're paying 2,000 quid for a custom shop guitar, why can't they be perfect? Well, if they're perfect, it will be because they've been fret leveled carefully. There is no system in the world that just taps the frets in perfectly. such that you don't need to do the subsequent leveling, because it's Victorian, or you know, medieval almost in its process. I'm just sort of cleaning up the overspills at the end. So when we come to bevel these frets back flush with the fingerboard, the beveling process will clean up a lot of the overspill, if there's any left anyway, on the side of the neck. Okay, well, there's a quick sight down here in the reflective world. So a quick eyeball. That is pretty good, actually. Very little variance down there. There might be a tiny bit of enough to warrant, you know, some fret leveling, but some light fret leveling, but not much. So I'm pleased with that. Okay, so really I wouldn't want to do anything else now with that until tomorrow, when it's had a chance to dry, set, whatever we want to call it. So hello again over here. So you can see the frets all in, and if we sort of look down there, you should be able to see, by and large, that's a very nice, smooth set of frets. We'll zoom along and snip all the bits ends flush tomorrow when it's set, and then I will end bevel it to trim all the frets beautifully. Yeah, and then we're kind of ready to start looking at putting it back together again. The shielding in there is done, the second coating of shielding paint is done, and so that will stay there until tomorrow. What I will do is then I'll end up putting a ground wire from the top of the pots, one through to the claw, and then also one into this cavity here on a little bracket or a little electrical connector. What I also have to do tomorrow is, of course, I've cut back and trimmed back the wood inserts, and so we're going to put the bridge in tomorrow, and with the neck on, with the frets cut, trimmed short, neck on, tuners back in, then I'll put the bridge on with 2 strings, and I'll position it exactly before drilling. That's why I've retained the 648 marker line on there, because I'll need that there tomorrow still. I think what I'll do is I'm just going to amplify it so I can see it a bit better. It's actually not very easy to see in this light, but that's where we'll be aiming for when the bridge goes back on. And so I'll use two sacrificial E strings just for the purpose of putting the bridge on, moving it side to side, making sure we know where it lines up in all 3 dimensions, and then I will mark the first 2, move that, drill one of them, put it back on, make sure the second one's in place, do the second, and then we'll drill those, screw those 2 in, and then I'll drill through the bridge for the other 4, just to make sure they're safely right in the center. Because sometimes when you if you drill a line of 6, you line it up, mark the holes, drill the 6, and then put the bridge back on, start doing them up. Bizarrely, they kind of tiny variations between them, because you drilled from a sort of visual center point. Tiny variations can pull the bridge to one side, which, if it's trying to be used as a tremolo bridge, can stop it working well. And if you're even if you're not using it as a tremolo bridge, it can end up with you basically the bridge skewed off to one side, which looks crap. So we'll make sure it's in the right place by using the old-fashioned method of the 2 E strings trick. Okay, so that's it for Karen's guitar. Can't get any further with that. The main precision part of the setup, I mean, this has been kind of recovering, fixing major problems. The next part of the setup is the precision fret leveling on here, and then after that we'll put the whole thing back together again, and before the precision leveling, put it back together again once I've positioned the bridge, get the bridge fixed down, put the neck on, put a whole set of sacrificial strings on, and then put it under load, and then do the precision fret leveling. And once that's done, and then we polish it all out, then it's pretty much the precise stuff is done. I'm sort of waiting to hear back from Karen on whether she wants me to change out any of these components. They're not terrible components, they're just sort of cheapest of the smallest of the small. The problem is if we were to put any other components in, they may not fit in there, so that's one of the problems you get. Because it's not a Fender body, you start finding out that they're actually only designed for small pots, and if you try to upgrade them, you have to put larger, cut the chisel away and stuff, and it's more trouble and it's messy and so on. So hopefully we'll probably just end up going with what's there, because it didn't sound too bad. Yeah, and so in just case you didn't see, this here, this is 2 layers of paint that goes up and over the edge, and that will connect with the foil on here to make electrical continuity, which then is a shield all the way around to keep away unwanted radio frequency signals. So that's it for tonight on Karen's Partscaster. I'm not sure there's an awful lot else I can do on this, and I'll get off and I'll see you later. Okay, here we are. Oh, I'm attached, unfortunately, right now I'm attached to the charging thing, because for some reason my iPhone ran out of power. Anyway, so what I'm going to do for you is I'm just going to film with a regular microphone on the camera, no headphone mic. And I'm just going to get on because we had an interesting afternoon which didn't go as planned, where Claire ran into somebody's car in our street. Anyway, we'll come back to that detail in a minute. So for this process of fret end beveling, we're going to cut the frets flush with the board, and then we're going to tip over and bevel a little slope on them as well. So the most important thing in getting this right is to keep the block from tipping up and running over the top of the frets, because if you do that, this horribly sharp file edge will scrape the living daylights out of the frets, and we really don't want that after all this hard work. So it's vital we keep a downward pressure that counteracts or controls the sideways pressure. And it's better to take longer with less force than to put too much force and lose control of the block. I found out the hard and painful way. So I was at home, and Claire had gone off to the supermarket for a quick trip to get some cat food and bits and pieces, and I was sort of lining up to have a couple of hours of downtime before coming up here, ideally at about 5 o'clock. Anyway, so about 4:30, 4 o'clock-ish, she arrived with the groceries and the announcement that she'd run into a Volvo just a couple of doors down. So somehow she'd misjudged it. It's not the widest bit of road and where people park, but she misjudged it and got along the side of the car, front wing. Anyway, so being decent people and good neighbours, of course, we went. I dropped a note through the owner's door, and a little later on she came up and we started to do the old sorting out things and got talking, and as things do, it just turned into a long, rambling, pleasant conversation about all things village life and, you know, specific to our village and our village politics and where we're going and the future and stuff. So in a funny sort of way, it was great because we got to know this neighbour, and she said that she was going to come to our next parish council meeting, you know, because she's keen to get involved in local politics now that it's changing a bit from how it was before. So that feels like a very good outcome. So a nice outcome for a bad event. So anyway, luckily it didn't damage our car hardly at all. I sort of retweaked the wing mirror that took a bit of a crack, and it's all good. So anyway, so here I am. It's funny enough, this wood still occasionally scrapes the frets a little bit. But so what I'm doing now is I'm just getting this chiseled cut right flush with the maple. Just leave it there. There we go. So that's flush cut, so there's no overhang. If we come up this way, we won't feel any metal overhang or anything of that thing, the tang. But the next bit is we want to round the frets over. Now this is a bit of a hit and miss thing, or a kind of guesswork thing, because you can do it from anything from 0 degrees straight vertical to about, I suppose at a push you might be able to get about 40 degrees angle out of it, but typically we'll just go at a sort of conservative 25 to 30, I would say. And again, absolutely critical to have the downward force countering it. There's more cutting happening at this end for the simple reason that there are more frets clustered together at this end to provide resistance to the file. So it'll always take longer. It feels like it will take longer. Now at the moment down here, I'll lightly sand back on this and polish out to just make sure we've got a nice smooth edge down here. As I was saying on the previous job, it's impossible to edge bevel frets without new frets without touching or in some way contacting the what do you call that thing without making contact with the finish. You can't do it. You won't. If you stop short of contacting the finish, you'll have overhanging frets. There's no way around it. So you have to clip the finish. The question is how thick it is and how far it goes through. And again, you don't have an awful lot of control of that. So it's, in some cases, if it's down to the wood or just touching down to the wood, i.e. it cuts through a very thin layer of finish on a guitar neck like this, then actually covering it over in new poly is not really a smart option. It's probably just better to sand the joint between the wood and the old finish out. It's not really a feel thing. Sorry, it's not really a look thing. It looks pretty fine. It's more of a feel thing. If you sand it smooth, then it will feel beautifully smooth and you won't notice that it transitions from a little bit of polyurethane finish down to, a little bit of bare wood back into polyurethane finish as it goes round. It's a gradual process. So we're looking to just bevel this out. Now the other one that's hard to get to is this far end one, because it's sort of running out of pressure and it's sort of down at the end where it tends to get a little bit ignored. So we want to make sure we can get it enough. Sort of have to guess where you've got your desired 30 degrees or whatever it is you're after. This is quite steep, and there's nothing wrong with steep actually. Steep allows you a bit of extra playing width. If you bevel over too far, and I've seen some guitars with frets that are really, the block is designed in such a way that they're really hammered back. The further you go, the less playing surface you've got on the fret, but also by definition the further you go, like too far beyond this point, the closer to skipping over the top your file is, and it becomes even more critical that you control the downward force, keep it from any risk of riding up and over, which you don't want. Okay, well that's my lot. So it was also scraping some stuff off the block there onto the frets, but it was only kind of dusty stuff. Okay, so that's one side of it, and we'll switch around Right, oops, if I let you have a look, you can see we're nice and flush. I filled the little end gap under bits yesterday, so we're pretty much, there's probably a little bit we can sand off here, scrape off, but we're pretty much all the way done. That will now final polish off with a little bit of a tiny little bit of what's that stuff, micro mesh. So I'm just noticing down here there's a tiny little bit of stick out here on this last one, so I'm just going to make sure I tweak that one back so it doesn't stick out. That's better. And then so we're looking down here, and what we want is every run up on the end of the fret here to feel good. We don't want any kind of bite on the finger, and it's very, your fingers are very good at detecting that. If it's overhanging at all, your fingers will pick it up, and that's great. So we redo the support thing. So when I do this, I don't know where you can see, but when I do this, it's difficult to avoid that thing, the decal here. I'm trying to not touch it as much as possible, but you still have to have some downward clamp force on this. That's not in the right place. Downward clamping force on this neck, just to keep it from moving while we're doing the leveling. And then this one at this end simply provides me with a back stop, so I can apply sideways force without the neck spinning round. And then we go the same thing again, very light to begin with, just to get the cutting started, and it takes off all the burrs to begin with. Probably looking a bit far up there. Yes, so anyway, despite that being a very unwanted little accident, we got to know our neighbour, or a number of our neighbours, very well. You know, it's a funny thing, even though it's a village, we'd never really met her in, you know, maybe 18 or so years of living here. So that's how, you know, insular a lot of communities tend to be. But so, you know, getting to know her and inviting her to come and help us change the tenor of local politics was a nice outcome. You know, frankly, we pay insurance, you know, for the rest of the, you know, taking care of the fixing stuff, so that's nothing to worry about. Now, when I'm doing down this end and it's pointing this way and I've got the bulk of a big crop of frets down here to do, I tend to literally move, because if you stand behind the clamp at this end, you're stretched out in a difficult position and your downward forces change. So if I'm doing down this end, I tend to get between the clamps so I can keep that downward force very solidly in place. I'm mostly concentrating on vertical edge beveling now. And then at this end, this first fret, you have to kind of dig a little bit, put a bit of extra pressure on with your heel. Heel? No, that's the thing on your foot. With your heel of your thumb, palm, yeah, that bit. Is it? Yeah, yeah, you have to sort of press in a bit. Because this end kind of wants to just, it doesn't want to have the same kind of force as the other end. So you have to do a little bit of extra scrunching, really, to get it to cut. So the same applies at this end to leaning that bevel angle over. have to apply a bit more pressure at that end. So we're getting there. Just a little bit overhang, so we need a tiny bit more vertical cutting first of all. And you'll always know if it's a bit more vertical involved because you can hear it cutting like that. Really now, all we got to do now is just the bevel angle part of it. So the thing about the new frets at this stage is that they're sharp because this beveling thing creates a very flush and sharp, almost machine-like cut, and that's what makes them look all very uniform and sharp and snazzy, and precise. But the downside on that is that the sharpness also creates a bit of a chisel edge. So the more precise it is, the sharper it becomes, which means that we have to also then do some work with other files and ultimately sandpaper to round this, soften this all up. Because otherwise it still feels too sharp and uncomfortable to play. Okay, I think we're at the end of that process. Nice look and feel. Okay, as always, you can see it clips the finish, the poly. It can't do any otherwise, but we'll lightly sand that back to blend it in. If it was a big, thick, glossy finish, it would be a little bit different and it wouldn't feel so good to do that. So we'd probably have to build up some new finish on the edge, but that would then require blending it in with the existing stuff. And you have a sort of decision point there about, you know, how far do you go and do you... Sorry, I can't keep a level volume because I've moved away. Sorry. Yes, it's the challenge with that is, yeah, if you're doing it and cutting into a what you call it, thick glassy poly finish, you really do have to consider whether you're going to rebuild a little bit and blend in to the existing gloss. So it's a little bit more challenging, but it's doable. It takes a bit more time. But with very, very thin matte poly finishes like this, it blends really well, and it's less obtrusive to just blend this and polish this off than it is to add more finish to what's basically a very thinly finished guitar. Okay, so here we have beautifully snipped ends, and often you get quite often on the guitars you seem to find there's a little blob stick out on the end here, which the leveling process tends to flare a bit at the edge, which ends up cutting a little bit into the wood here as well. Seems quite normal. I don't know if it's something to do with the template for the cutting, but it's quite common to find, I found at least. Okay, so the next bit, which we can also have on camera, little fret works, doing a little bit of fret tidying. So I'm still on, let me get my mirror, I'm still on charge. I'm going to have to be on charge until such times as everything else is charged up. Right, so here we're going to go with a concave file. I'm just going to run round the edge of the file and the fret. And what that does is it takes off the machine-like precision of the transit of the face between the end piece here and the top piece. So it gets rid of the blade part a little bit. It also, of course, softens the look of it a little bit, so you do lose a bit of that kind of unbelievable precision look, but you genuinely can't have both. You can either have the precision kind of milled look, in which case you're going to have sharp frets, or you can soften it off like this, and obviously that brings a little bit of rounding into the picture. So, but it's not, you can see it's not a lot, it's just enough to take off the sharpness of it. And we do this on both sides, and then we will come back and get into the corners with a slightly finer file, because often you get a little foot here on the bottom corner of the crown, which can have a little sharp spike effect. So we'll take care of that as well. Now, once I've done the manual filing business, they still aren't very comfortable. They still feel somewhat sharp. So the process then becomes one of sanding, to sand it back. It's close to a playable feel right now before we do anything else. But what we know is that when I put this neck back on and we level the frets, I'll be able to... my mirror fell down. Once I've leveled the frets, which I'm going to do with this, then what I do is I include the fret ends in the sanding process to further smooth them out and clean them up. And I'm going to be doing that in a few days' time with Dave's ES339 that he brought me over from Plymouth today. That one is a lovely condition, brand new, great condition 339, but it has, I think it's got a new bone nut, which I would still recommend changing for the tusk alternative, especially if it's going to be an adjustable one. So we're going to do that. Also going to level the frets so we can have a lower action, and I'll probably do the fret ends like this and then include them in the sand out process after the fret leveling has taken place. So they just, while I'm sanding out the top of the frets following leveling and recrowning, I'll also bring the ends of the frets into the process so they get a good softening out at the same time. So here we are, getting close to the end, and I can feel some little burrs here and there of tiny tags of metal that are sticking up, and that's what this is aimed to reduce. Okay, so this is the that's the first pass, and already I could play that if I, inverted commas, had to. Now, we're not saying that we have to, but it feels okay. Now what I'm going to do is to take the smaller file, and I'm just going to take out the little curved, or the little tangs in the corner. No, that's the wrong word. The little burr at the foot of the fret crown. Now this, in a sense, this is a shame in a way, because this further erodes that machine-like precision that you get when you use the end beveling file. But like I say, it really is a fairly straight up choice between sharpness and sharpness or smoothness, softness to touch. And I think most people are more concerned about how it plays than what it looks like to the eye. And you know, if it wasn't a straight up choice, then you'd be wanting to find a way to do both. But actually, if you think about it, if the machine-like the boundaries between the fret top and the beveled edge, if they are what create the knife blade, then you can't retain that shape the way it looks and somehow soften the joint, the boundary between those two planes of the fret. It ain't possible So you can't have your cake and eat it in this world. Now I'm just having a look. Now my ambition was to finish this tonight, and I'm looking, and I'm gonna just make a judgment call along the way whether if I consider that we are in the, you know, whether we need to add any more finish back onto here. It will shine up, even though it's a little bit around the edge is plain wood, but I don't know, I might be tempted to just tweak it with a bit of finish overnight and sort of sand it back. And it would be, I'd only use a wipe-on poly. Now the problem with this, I'm saying that, but what I don't know is what this person, or where this neck came from, and I currently don't know what the finish is. So I'm assuming that it's a poly finish. Now, that sort of leaves us with kind of, we'd have to do a little bit of a test to ascertain what the finish is, and we could do a test somewhere. Maybe we couldn't. There's not a lot of exposed finish to do it on, but ideally I would like to do a test to ascertain whether it's poly or nitro. Feels like poly, but I could be wrong. It's more than likely, if it's a hand sort of put together thing, or it's been reworked by somebody, hence the weird frets to begin with, it may well be a nitro finish, because nitro finish tends to be more accessible to most sort of startup, that's the word, trainee guitar fixers. It tends to be more available, more easily available. So look, the thing I'm going to do next is I'm going to maybe I'll get something else for this if I can find where it's gone. Maybe I can't find where it's gone. It's a thing which I was looking for the other day, and then I saw it, and then I couldn't find it again, and then I lost it again. It's probably still lost at this very point. It's a little T-shaped leveling file, effectively fret leveling file, but I don't use it for that. I use it for going on the edge of the frets. Bah. Humbug. No, and no. Is that it? Maybe that's it. Maybe that is it. Okay, so that probably is it, and this is where I could get sandpaper on here, and I don't know how well you can see this, but I can work the faces of these frets with a light grade of sandpaper, and I'll just have a quick look and see if that's doing anything at all. Yeah, maybe not. It's rolling it over a little bit, so it's a little bit difficult to make it work. So sometimes it's easier to use a naked piece of sandpaper and the fingers, because at least they sort of roll over and connect with the face of the frets. Okay, I think I've got it there. That's taking back some of the thing. It's a difficult one, because if you do it with a higher grit, like a 240, you can sort of like this. I'll do it by hand. You can do it like this, but it's a softer process, meaning it will sort of potentially roll over a little bit on the fretboard edges, but it's not a bad way of getting straight to the fret ends, and it really does soften them out quickly. So we can do that. So now this, although this gets me a really nice, smooth, soft finish, which looks great in the final reckoning, it sort of suggests or leaves me with the feeling that we may need to just refinish the edges. I'm not really sure. It hasn't actually done that much more or less to it, but I've kind of I've taken the grit of the heavy the file marks out, or sorry, the bevel block marks out of the end of there. So it's probably a good step on the way towards the sanding process. So I'll do it with a 400 grit next, and then we can leave it for moving onwards from the 400. So I tend to sort of start right on the edge, sort of leaning over more onto the fingerboard, so it's the frets that are taking the bulk of the sandpaper work, not the fingerboard. And then we sort of see that cleaning up the scratches very well on the frets themselves. And then once we think we've got quite a lot of cleanup done there, we can just roll it a little bit towards the edge, and that will take off any other sticky up bits. And that's actually pretty smooth right now. Like I say, even though I effectively kind of re-beveled it a little bit, it's not so sharp that what we've got is a blade-like edge. So now if I went to 400 grit, go to some 400 grit as a sort of next step, and then leave it, we should be in good shape. But we'll do the same thing. We'll sort of start by leaning inwards, because we know that we're going to polish the frets anyway. It doesn't matter if I clip the fret now with this paper, so I don't have to be afraid of leaning it over and hitting the tops of the frets, because we're heading that way anyway later on with the frets after fret leveling. So this gives me a really nice, smoothed out, shiny fret end that isn't anywhere near as sharp as it used to be before. And it's also helping to sort of round off a little bit the edges of the shape. That sandpaper tends to leave a dirty look, dirty residue bit. I don't know if you can see, but that's now a really nice shaped end of fret. I still might want a little bit of finish on the end there. It's only a matter of sitting at home every 20 minutes just using some wipe-on poly. It will add a day to the finish time of the guitar, which I think is probably worth doing. It's not a whole day, it'll delay the finish by a day is what I'm saying. My original plan was to get it finished up tonight, but I think what I can do tonight is I can do the bulk of the fret leveling, and we can get all the frets kind of finished off, and then I'll take it home and I'm going to do some technical drawings tonight. Later on, I'll use, at the same time, I will have this neck on the table, and I will just rub on some wipe-on poly every 30 minutes or so, if I can remember to do it that regularly, and then that will mean that tomorrow when I'm ready to finish, I can bring it in and just basically lightly sand back to grade it in with the existing finish, and that will be all ready and done. So there's still plenty to do tonight, but it means that I can stop the fretwork right there, yeah, it's feeling great now, nice and soft, and it will get even softer, but it's really nice and playable right there as we go. Okay, files out of the way. What I might just do at this point, I've ordered more of this stuff, but I used quite a bit of it. I might just give it a clean over with some naphtha or Coleman's cooking fluid. I've got 2 more bottles of that stuff. Can never have enough because I use it all the time, and it's just vital for this cleanup part. Now we're going to make the frets dirty again before long, because the leveling process will do that and the sanding out process will do that, but it's kind of good to get it as clean as we can to begin with. And there are some little bits marks left over from the fretting saw where it's had a bit of rosewood residue stuck to it, and it's kind of skidded that into the maple a little bit. So, you know, a couple more sort of goes at that won't hurt, because we'll just eventually get it cleaned up out of the way. It's actually harder than it looks. That rosewood stuff, skiddy rosewood stuff, definitely made an impression. So a quick thought about this is the way to find out what is actually on here. What I do know is I can clean the surface of this with naphtha, whatever it's made, or whatever it's sprayed with. It looks to my eye that this decal has been put on over the top of a finish. Sometimes it can be put on and then a layer sprayed over and it still kind of looks like it's just been stuck on. But I think somebody's sprayed onto this headstock, then put the thing on. And the way that this has not been fully sanded out really does suggest to me this is a doctored Mighty Mite neck. I don't even think this was straight from their factory. I don't see them. I think this has been adjusted in some ways or other. So the question is, what is the finish on here? Now, there's only really one way to discern this, and that is to try and dissolve it with cellulose thinner. And the issue is, if it does dissolve with cellulose thinner, well, I've still got to add some cellulose, nitrocellulose. So if it dissolves with cellulose thinners, it means it's nitrocellulose, and then it means I still have to, whatever it is, whether it's nitrocellulose or not, I still have to put some more on here. So if I take a bit off in doing the test, then it isn't really going to be a problem. Equally, if I do a test to see, and it turns out that it doesn't come off with nitrocellulose thinners, or should I call it just cellulose thinners, then nothing's come off, and I know it's that stuff, poly. So I'll get my thinners here judiciously applied, because this is always a destructive process, but you know, if you're careful. So you want to pick a spot that you can afford. Now I've got some rebuilding to do there with whatever it's made of, so I'm going to take a little bit off there, or I'm going to rub a little bit of nitro thinners, cellulose thinners, on this bit of finish up here and see if it comes off. So I'm just going to give it quite a straight line going over and going to sort of let it settle. Now if that was a nitro finish, that, how well you can see that, if it was a nitro finish, this little darkened sort of slightly amber patch, I've rubbed it there with nitro thinners, that would have come off, and in fact it doesn't appear to have come off, and it certainly hasn't softened. So I would conclude this is without doubt a poly finish. It's more than likely to be that anyway, but it's good to be sure. So what I will end up doing with this is I will later on take this home and add some finish, some poly finish by hand, just to clean up the edge a little bit. And in doing so, I can lightly cover over the fret ends as well. It can be part of the process of softening them off a bit. Right, while I'm here, I'm just scraping to clean out some plastic out of this fret slot. No, nut slot. God, words always get mixed up. Okay, so it's poly. That finish on the neck is good as it is. I don't want to encroach on the neck, so I'll go home and I will paint on or wipe on a little bit of amber poly onto the sides there. We'll take care of that, tidying it up tomorrow. So in the meantime, we can get straight on to reconstructing the body and the neck, or reuniting the body and the neck. So let me just get rid of end beveling file. I brought up with me tonight the ferrules. We've got the converter bushes. Now I'm not going to do anything else to here, even though this makes me think it's been not very well sanded and then sprayed with, I think this could be nitro, you see, that's why I don't want to do anything at this end. So here, that's interesting, these are the biggest size of bushes they'd make, and these are a fraction too small. So whatever's happened here, that's interesting. Whatever has happened here, this is also fractionally too big. 10 millimeters. Sort of comparison to this, they're bigger than that. So these are way out of size and rattling all over the shop. This is marginally, fractionally out of size. So I don't know whether these have been cut larger. We have, I don't know if we can actually get another size other than this. This is, well, you know, according to this comes in at 992, and we know that this is a blasted 10 mil. In fact, it's showing me 10-15, which is quite a big difference between what I'm putting in, but I can't find one at 10-17. So we've got a slight problem here, and I would think this will either be solved by a little bit of glue, and I certainly don't want to use super glue because super glue is a nightmare to use, but we want to put something in here that's going to hold these in place. It would have to fill too much to put the other ones on, but these are at least close enough that they need barely a tiny bit. Now we've got that epoxy stuff that we used to fill the other holes with. I wasn't that massively keen on the snotty texture that made, but that was just I think that was probably more of a you know, aesthetic issue more than anything else. But I think we're going to have to bite the bullet. We've got another kind over there, which is a dark JB Weld. That's probably a good one too. It's not. It takes a long time to set as well, so that would be an overnighter. We've got quick steel, which is a good stuff. That's actually, you know, quick steel might just do it really well. Quick steel is a fast setting one. The question is, how do we apply it? The runny ones are quite good. JB Weld is quite good because it's a runny sort of mixture, and you can dab a little bit on there, drop it in there, and let it settle. I've just got the wrong one back out. Move out of the way. It's not that one. Yeah, so you can just drop it in, and with the tiniest bit, that's going to go off and settle. Problem is, I would normally need to tape something over these to make them go off. The only one that's going to go off quick enough to let me carry on working on this is the quick steel, and that then requires a different approach. How are we going to get a bit of this quick steel? There's only a tiny bit left, but it's more than enough to do the job. We get a little bit of this quick steel. We're going to need a bit for everything, and everything in its place. All right, let's think. We probably only need a tiny bit, and we need it to go around here as a little band just to hold it in place, and that's all it has to do. It doesn't need any clever thing. So we've got to get it working before it goes off. But the beauty is we'll get to use it tonight. The downside is it's a filthy sticky stuff, so that when we squish it up like this, if we don't have gloves on, it's going to coat our fingers with a bit of a gooey stuff, and that gooey stuff, if we get it on the finish, it'll sort of make a set hard in an unpleasant way. So the question is, how do we apply this in such a way that it'll hold these in place nicely, but without putting anything anywhere else? So I suppose the first idea would be a very thin belt around here. So let's have a look at the idea of a very thin belt of stuff around the outside. Now, first thing that tells me is that's way too thick. So the problem is going to be applying an even thinness. So let's say that doesn't work. Let's try very, very thin sausage. And of course, this is all starting to go off. We've got enough to let it go off and make it work. It doesn't matter too much getting some of this sticky residue on the metal, although I try to keep as little on there as possible. So okay, I've gone round once, and we could sort of gently roll this to spread it out. That's a little thin sausage worth, and then we could drop that in there like that, and then we could sort of push it into place. Now what you'll see happen straight away is it's going to billow out, and that's actually going to be too much. So we're trying to gauge as little as possible needed to get this thing to stay in place. Spin it round. There's a little bit of a sticky bit. So that will hold it in place. It was a tiny amount. Let's get another very tiny amount going on another one before it all dries off. We hardly need any. We probably pull off more than we leave on, if you get what I mean. Doesn't need much. It's not actually playing ball at the moment, so I'm getting covered in bits of this goo. I suppose the thing is, if I'm serious, I can afford, judging by that one, I can afford to have more on there than less, providing I get the fit, right? So let's take a risk with more rather than less. So I'll roll some on there and squeeze it down, spread it out, and then we'll put this on and we'll squish it down. So that's now immediately looking like a lot of goo. So let's remove some and try and thin it out a bit more. And let's push that in. So we get a bit sticking out, which we can live with again. We'll go around and trim those off before it hardens up completely. So this is a very, very small amount. So I'm going to experiment with just perhaps a tiny dab one place or another while it's still soft enough to use. And very little required, as you can tell from before. So 2 spots on that one, press it down, maybe turn it around a bit. As it goes in, it's going to make a squish on the outside. A little dab on there, around to the other side. Just working to beat the clock, really. Again, that's probably quite a lot, but we'll push it on there. Let's see if we can squish it down. This is a lot more, but again, you know, you can see that, look, that just comes off pretty much straight away, as does that, as does that, as does that, and that. So that's not a bad quick clean-up outcome. Let's get the others in before it all goes solid. Squish. Now this time we know we can cut off quite a lot of the excess, and we've probably still got enough in there for it to work, which is the good part of it. It won't have a lot in there, but it will just be enough to stop this thing moving, I think. So there we go, squish, delete. It does put a little mark. You can immediately see there's a little sort of, it can be, the further out it overhangs, the more of a little bit of a stainy mark it makes on the otherwise slightly shiny finish. But we're going to get that with any material, and wiping it off, it's always going to be a problem since we don't quite know what the finish is on that headstock. So again, I'll try and get this in with as little overhang as possible, but we'll snip off whatever there is. Okay, more or less done, and we've got quite a big chunk. Now, one of the things I did think about this, which would be quite funny, would be to line this up on the back of here in the corners and shove this into the neck pocket and make a sort of a fill. See if we could pack out, now I'm just guessing, right? But imagine we could pack out that Telecaster square that we know isn't touching because we've got this overhang, haven't we, or undercut. So I'm going to quickly do something. I wish I had. I'm not going to do any harm if that goes off. I'm just going to pick this up with my hands carefully cleaned off, and I'm going to have a go for fun at shoving this in here and jamming it up into that corner. Oh, sorry, camera, just ignore me for a minute. Right, in you go, get up the corner, you're there. Pow, take it out, and it comes off. Not very good. Well, it was a good try. I will ignore that attempt. I was thinking I might be able to make a buffer or a sort of thing that just makes connection all the way around. We could do it with some softer resin, but I'll drop that as an attempt right now. Now, the problem I've got with my hands now is that the only way I can remove this stuff, you can't see it at the moment unless I stand you up. The only way I get rid of this JB weld is to get it, I can scrape it off the inside of that thing there, that's not a problem, but the only way to get it off my hands will be to soak it out with cellulose thinners like this. So a very unhealthy, toxic cellulose thinners bath, followed by a wash and soap, but that's better than nothing. So we've got a bit of quick steel left for another day. It is handy stuff to get you out of sticky situation. The stuff on the back of this neck heel is no problem. I'll just scrape that off when it's dried, set, whatever the word is. Keep this out of action because this has now got cellulose thinners on it. And I'll quickly wash my hands in the bucket over here. Give me a chance to be clean-handed. I think what I'll do then is I'll just scrape the end of the neck heel and we'll go for refitting the neck, ready for stringing up with sacrificial strings. Oh, and refitting the tuners, of course. But we'll hope that they, any minute now, will be set enough to accept, as you can see, they're looking good. And then hopefully they'll accept the, whatchamacallit, the new tuners, no, the old tuners, new tuners, old tuners, you know what I mean. So I'm just going to clean out this here, that's good. And we're clear of any stuff. I'll just scrape this back, get rid of that. Failed experiment, worth a try. Okay, out of there. Right. So, I'm just going to put that there for a minute. Now I'm going to get the neck bolts, screws, neck screws, bolts, neck bolts. 1, 2, 3. Actually, neck screws is the proper word. I'm going to get rid of that. I've got to find the screwdriver. It's here. Sorry, I'm still, you're on charge still, so it's still probably a crap camera angle. Let's zoom you out a bit. There we are. Okay, so that's all nice and cleaned. Fender Corona. So let's, what we'll do is we'll lift this up, put this neck back in. We'll get our neck screws in place, fit the tuners, and then get some sacrificial strings out of the box of goodies, and that will allow us to put the neck under playing tension. Now, I always start off by joining the neck up with its long side flush against the pocket, because frankly that's the ideal place for it to sit. We want it there. Once we've put it under load and so on, if what we find, oh yes, the first, sorry, I'm a bit ahead of myself. I've got to do the bridge location next. So if we find that the alignment isn't right, then we can adjust the neck. But I'm in fact, we don't have that problem now, of course, because I'm starting from scratch now, aligning these strings by choosing where we put the bridge. So first thing I'm going to do, I hope you can still sort of see, is going to start out with the tuners. I'm going to carefully get them through there so they don't run the risk of poking out the, oh, that's not very good, poking out the ferrules that we've just got sort of fitted in. So that's obviously that end, Sam. Duh. Remember, we do have one of these that's a bit crunchy, I seem to remember. But we'll get them all lined up and then we'll get the little screws in. And once those are in, we'll get 2 sacrificial strings to begin with, which will probably waste, they'll just use anything that's spare. So I'm going to get myself 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these little screws. That's about right. Get us a decent sized screwdriver. That might be a good one. Take the torque right off. Torque right off, mate. Run it through. And so on and so forth. Okay, and then join them all up. missing one somehow. Okay, so I'll tighten them up by hand afterwards. I'll just get them in place for now. Ooh, come on. Thank you. Right, so a little screwdriver to do by hand, just to feel where they sit. It looks like these have been screwed and taken off and put on a couple of times before because they're not biting very deep. They're enough to hold the tuner in place, but they're not fantastically strong. Okay, ooh, we have those on. We're gonna need a nut, aren't we? Now we have a nut planned for this. If I can remember where I put it, let us go find it from our ever-increasing stash of Tusk nuts. Now we want a 9.5, and what are we going colour-wise? We're going black up there. We're going black. We're all black. So let's go 9.5. This one. 9.5 curved bottom, because it is a curve. No, it's a flat slot, but that doesn't upset us. We don't mind. We can treat it the same. So here it would be. That's currently standing too high, but I don't mind that for the time being. We'll do some tailoring to that nut, but right now it's perfectly good for our purposes, which is to put upon the test strings. So let me find a couple of horrible strings, a G and a D. They'll do for positioning the bridge. Oh, these are acoustic strings. Then, come on, let's find something. Right, and so what, 15 something or other, whatever that is. I mean electric. Nickel coated electric D Mark III. Okay, give me an E then. That's chunky. Okay, so this is for positioning the bridge. That is one hell of a chunky E string. Probably chunkier than I need, but let's just do it anyway. So here's how we're going to do it. Hope you can see okay. Get the thing the right way around. We're going to load up the low E string first. I'm going to load up this G, whatever it is, string, pretending to be a high E, okay, just for the purposes of today. So these are our guide strings, and we sit them in there like that. We're obviously going to have to snip this off to go into the, what do they call them? You know, the kind of tuners I mean. Split post tuners. Split post tuners, and this is going to go right to the end, isn't it? And a bit further past. So there's our cut down. We're going to need the a thing that we call a capo. So first of all, I'm going to push this into the low E tuner. This is definitely, there's something happened in the past to this headstock. It's been sanded unevenly and then covered in something like nitro or something, but it's not fantastically done. Okay, so we go up here to this one, push it in, bend it round, put it on. Okay, getting to the right sort of length, and then there we go. Now we'll put the capo on for a minute. Well, we don't actually need it on. What we'll do is we'll come down this end. I hope you can see all right. I will give you a look with the mirror. Yeah, you can sort of see what I'm doing. I'll focus on this bridge end, this version of bridge end. Okay, now I'm going to just slack that E string off so we can sit back down without too much problem. And it's actually the high E that's putting the thing under tension. Okay, so I know where my mark is that I want to go. and I know, so there's my, actually that's pretty much where it wants to sit. Let's tune the E up a little bit. Okay, so looking at this, this would put my high E right bang on the line. Okay, so it's kind of sitting, currently now sitting slam against the side. So it's as far forward as it can go, which is perfectly good. But what we now have to identify is where does it go from, where does it fit side to side? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure both these saddles are as low as, wait a minute, these are an American. So there's USA saddles for no good reason other than to make the life more difficult, because it's not a USA guitar or any type of thing. It's a mishmash. But somebody's chosen to put USA Fender saddles, which means you have to have a certain sized hex key to adjust them. So that won't have made your life any easier, Karen, for sure. Right, now here's the thing. We have this sitting in place, and with this bridge, this is, you know what they've done? I'm looking at this, I think they've used the wrong saddles. Which means the strings move too much. Oh man. Let's just check this actual spacing. It's a yeah. Okay. Right. God, every step of the way this is turning up to be a challenge. I won't say a problem, it's a challenge. Okay, this is a 56mm bridge. These saddles are not built for the 56. The division of that is they're 10.4 mils, which equals, is that 54? When you see 5 times 10.4 is 50. 5, 4, 20, 56. No, hang on. There's either 10.8, 10.4, or 10. My calculator. Let's just use I can't use my brains quick enough. Tools. Calendar. No, tools. So we're going 10.4 times 5 equals 52. Okay, yeah, sorry. So 10.4, so 10.8. So I bet you these are 10.4 width saddles. I bet you they are 10.4. What an absolute stupid thing. So what they've done is they've got a base plate that is actually fractionally too wide for this neck. That's the first thing I can tell you. Left to its own devices, this is a little bit wider than you want for this neck. You really want a 54. And they've given you, for no good reason, they've given you a 56, but they've put the saddles on that belong on a 54, which is why there's space in between them. That space doesn't help you because, if anything, it allows the string to move outwards towards the outside of the neck. That neck, looking at the width of the strings coming down there, that neck is not comfortable with a 56-inch bridge. That really wants a 54mm bridge. Now, what the hell am I going to do to fix that? The only thing I can do to fix that is I can give you a replacement that won't have to, for free. There's a 54mm Wilkinson Strat bridge. That will give you the right sized bridge, but it's cost, you know. There's a black one that is also a Wilkinson. Oh, do you know what? White tunes, black tunes. Yeah, but that's a fit, right? That's more usable almost than. No, they're both usable. Let's just have a look and see. I'm buggered if I'm going to give this back anything less than as good as it can be. Right. Verdict number one: we can't do this with that. It's too I can't do it. It might have been the way it played before, but I'm not happy with it. It's a dereliction of luthier duty. This person has given you the wrong size bridge, and the wrong size. The bridge is questionable whether the neck is wide enough for this bridge. The 56 bridge is unusually wide. Most modern bridges you would be looking at would be 54, and a lot of modern guitars are 52. So this is too wide all the way along. The question is, are there any screws that we can we keep the saddle? No, not the word. Can we keep the block and retain, can we fit a new plate to this thing? Right, so what I'm going to have to do, because I don't, also, you would get this back, Karen, and you wouldn't have a hex tool to adjust these grub screws, because they're American. It's the only thing on this that is American, so there's no point in having it. It's an unnecessary distraction. So what I'm going to consider is whether we can make you an alternative. That one's knackered anyway. I don't know what sort of screw that is, but it's knackered. See if we can make you an alternative that's the right width to begin with, and then works with 10.8mm, which gives you your 54. Okay, and these are currently what are they? We said what they were. Let's see on the calculator. So we're going to try and find a 54, and we want to divide it by 5, which gives us 10.8. We know that these aren't 10.8 for a start. So the size we would need for a 56, these are 10.4. So that's too small for this, which needs to be 10.8. But 10.8 and adding up to 56 is too wide. Did I just do that? 10.8. I'm confusing myself. Clear. 56 divided by 5 equals 11.2. So 11.2 is the full width. So these need to be 11.2 if they were technically the right size. The fact that they're smaller, this is definitely 56. So these need 11.2 saddles. These are 10.4. So all of that distance in between creates a gap, which allows them to wander off sideways where you don't want them to go. Strat Tele bridges. I've got tons of bits in here. I'm just going to see if we can get a satisfactory outcome that doesn't involve, well, it doesn't have to involve a tremolo for a start. That's the thing. What we do have to have is the same spacing for the blocks. Ooh, possible. Right. Let's keep things. Sorry about this view. It's probably a bit of a lousy following what's going on, but as you can probably tell, I'm thinking on my feet here. I've got to just make sure to keep certain things separate. So let us take off the pesky, unhelpful plate. If we can use this block with a better sized plate, remember we don't want 56, we want 54 spacing. So if we can get anything at 54, that's what we're aiming for. Okay, there's a 54, I'm pretty certain. First question is, does that fit on there? Where are you? That, amazingly, geez, almost does. But it would leave a little bit sticking out the side or something. So if we can get a 54, put that as a possible. If we can get a 54 tremolo plate to do the same job. Pile of bits, but I think I just went and threw a load away. Oh, silly boy. I think I did throw a load away. Now, we were talking about hard tail here, aren't we? Is this one I made? Looks like one I made. We're talking about hard tail, but it's got a position for a block. That's quite neat, but that's not the fixing point. That's just it, right. So what we could use as a block, there's the block fixtures. That wouldn't work on there. No good. Reject. This is a sort of standard 50. Now that's narrower again. Okay, so the truth is, what we've got won't work. And here we have replacement bridge at, you know, that's a full cost bridge, fits in there nicely, is certainly a 54 spacing. Yeah, I got it written on there, 54. Yeah, 54. It's got an arm that you don't want, but you know what? This would give you the correct spacing down the neck. So first of all, let's just, I can't, with good conscience, I honestly can't replace that bridge and give you back something that's just not meant to be together. This is as you know already, this is a botch of lots of bits put together, and it's kind of normal. That's what Partscasters are, but it's not a well thought out one. So you can see that obviously I've encountered a problem every step of the way. Now, because I'm switching over now back to a standard size and not this ultra wide thing that's doing you no good at all, you can see that I'm using a standard size hex key, which means you can do adjustments because you'll have thousands of these available because they're everywhere. Now I'm going to use 2 more because now I've kind of crimped the ends of these and basically rendered them hard to use, but I do have a ton of spare strings thanks to my kind supporters. In this case, Ben brought some down, so I've got some that Ben brought, and I've also got tons also that Simon often regularly sends down. So what I'm going to do, Karen, is I'm going to propose to you that I fit this Wilkinson bridge. I know you're not using it as a tremolo, but the reason I'm proposing to fit it is because it's the right gauge for this guitar. And what it means is the neck, when you build a guitar, the bridge is the thing you build the guitar around, oddly. I mean, you can choose other things first. So typically, if you said to me, no, let's start again. When you build a guitar, you could build it making a priority, the primary determinant of how the guitar looks or is put together can be decided by you. However, if you choose that the bridge is your most important thing, and you go, I absolutely want one of those Fender 56mm spacing bridges on my custom guitar that you're going to make for me, Sam, I will say to you, right, that's cool, but you're going to have a neck with a certain width, a slightly bigger neck heel, and probably end up being a 57 or yeah 57, probably a 57mm heel, right, where it joins. And of course what you wouldn't do, is you wouldn't use a telly neck into a Strat neck into a telly body, which has happened here through a lack of experience, I suppose. But so if you said to me, I want you to make the 56mm spacing at the bridge the #1 priority, I'll do that for you. And I'll tell you, because it's the widest bridge spacing there is, it's going to imply or suggest or mean that you're going to need a wider neck heel. And we make the neck correspondingly wide, and so that when you put it all together, your strings go down the neck with plenty of room either side, so they don't become impossible to play or they don't slip off the edge. If, on the other hand, you say to me, oh, I just love a guitar to have a very slim neck, I can say to you, well, I can do that, but the problem with that is it's going to impose something on you. And what it's going to impose on you is it's going to impose that. Now see, this is a different structure altogether, so I'm going to have to enlarge this hole once again because we still don't have room to move down here. Yeah, so if you said I want a narrow neck, you can have a narrow neck, but you then have to have a narrow bridge as well, and you also have to then have narrow spaced pickups. It's not a huge difference between the 56 and that sort of thing, and the 56 and the 54, but you know, it is important to know that you will you know, the thing you choose to focus on as the most important thing will dictate other things, and so you'll, you know, if you choose, so for example, with some guitars in the 80s, there are some guitars that I really like called Sun Mustangs, made in a factory in India, And so these were, or those were, they had a 50mm E to E spacing, excuse me, spit on your guitar, a 50mm E to E spacing and at the bridge, and as a result of that, the neck is very narrow, and you can't put any other bridge on there. Okay, so I'm just looking at this, and to make this work, that's a good, so I move them sideways, that's a good width for this neck, that 51mm bridge. The problem is, I've got a problem I'm looking at down here, is that there is a problem already on this. Boy, this thing had problems from day one. This needs a shim because this neck heel doesn't match this body properly. So to make it play, we're going to have to, we want to tilt it back a little bit. That's a small detail. It will only take a very small shim to make it work. It's nearly there, but it just I think it will need a tiny shim. Simple, that's easy to do. My first problem though is the restriction in movement this way. So I'm going to do the thing I did before. I'm going to put down some tape, and I'm going to identify the extent we've got space, we've got room to move in under there. Okay, so I'm going to try and put that down there like that. I want to take that out there, fold that over there for a minute, stick that in there. Now, when it comes to creating that extra bit of space, I have to just draw around where it currently seats, so I can say that's the current extent of the plate. Now obviously it's going to be more when we move sideways, but you can see from there I've got at least that much to work with. So if I want to draw that in pen, I can clearly identify what I can do. So I've got my little line down here, and I can come down and I can pretty well cut all the way down to there. And the problem with that is I'd have to do it all the way down because it has to accommodate this this block. Now the question is as we stand here at this point in time, why would we do this? Well, because the spacing on this is just manifestly wrong for this guitar. The problem is, or a plus for it, is that you knew it that way before. What I didn't like about it is that the saddles are moving so that the strings can fall off too easily, but it's still the same size that you knew before. I wonder if I've got, remember I said we need an 11.4, I wonder if I've got anything of that width that I could, if we could get something of that width, maybe we could use that instead, before I go and make some more digging and so forth. Now honestly, I don't really think I've got anything of that width because I don't really have any bridges of that width, so that would be tricky. That's a 10.8, that's a bit better, but I don't have a whole set of those just there. And tip everything out, cheap thing. I would probably almost wouldn't hesitate to do this cutting away if you were a tremolo player, because it would just tell me straight away, you know, I would give you the room to move the tremolo and it would be great. But you're not a tremolo player, and so it's a slightly different thing going on. So it's maybe not quite so important that we have the perfect thing in there, but I don't know. Let's see what we've got of any kinds of bits. These are down in a box and they're very hard to get to, for goodness sakes. Oh, Jesus. You can't actually get your hand into a box. HG, what's that when it's at home? Fender. So these are Fender but European spacing, so they'll be a bit better, but even still they're not perfect, but they are, I suspect they're a little bit better. I think that's all of the Fenders. Let's just check a Wilkinson one against the Fenders first. So the Wilkinson is a 10.8 effectively. It's showing up a bit less, but I'd call it a 10.8. That's a Wilkinson. The Fender, that's a Wilkinson. The Fender, he says again, and that's a Wilkinson. Fender is a 10.4. Damn. This Fender is a 10.8. Oh hell. That Fender will be a 10.4, and that Fender will be a 10.4, and that will be a 10.8. So we've got two 10.8s. That's no bleeding good. We've got a Wilkinson at 10.8, 10.4, 10.8. Let's try and make a mixed set. Wilkinson 10.7, close enough. Well, Fender 10.4, we don't want that. We've got some other ones in here. That's a Fender 10.4, don't want that. Fender 10.8, do want that. Fender Wilkinson 10.8. Oh shoot. We could get a set of 10.8s here by the looks of things. Oh, hang on. HG 11. Hold on. Can I get a set of HGs out of this box of tricks? I don't even know. Wilkinson. Oh, sorry about this. See, this is really boring stuff. This is what takes the time. 10.8 Wilkinson. Put it in the pile. 10.7. Well, close enough. Wilkinson. 10.7. So we've got a good slew of 10.7s. We've got a 10.4 Fender, which is no good. We've got another wide 11.4, is it? 11.2 wide one, HG. But I've got a horrible feeling we don't have enough of those to make a set. 10.8. That's a lot. So whatever the, oh, there's another HG, a little curly bit there. So we got 3 HGs, 4 HGs, and 5 HGs. Oh no, this is so unfair. 5 HGs. Please, come on, make sure one of these is one of them. No, it's Wilkinson. No, that's your old ones. Oh, blast. Is there an HG in there? Come on, please, 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 me. No. Oh, of all of those things, well, you know, even if we had one slightly narrow one and the rest were okay, that would be a better outcome. So, a quick reality check through here. No more found. It's official. Is this an HG? No, that's a Fender, but what kind of Fender is it? I think it's a 10.8 one. So there's 3 Fender 10.8, so we have a complete set of 10.8s in the Fender department. That's encouraging. What have we got here? A plate for a telly. Nothing. Crap. Both those rubbish. Odds and bods and sods. Nothing. Bits and pieces. Right. Now there's a black one of those, and that's running out. Whatever that's running out. It doesn't even have any saddles, so that's no point. Reject. Okay, I've got 5 HGs at the correct width for this hideous thing of yours. Let's just temporarily put this back together and have a look. Sorry. Still wider than I would like, but we may find that as long as it doesn't move any, we're in a better position. So let's have a quick look, because I just, rather than drill any more or Dremel out any more space, and also the new Wilkinson has to charge you something for it because it's a new piece of kit. Let's start by seeing what a rack of Fender 10.8 look like. Since they are more authentic, I mean, let's keep the look, but these are Fender with a UK or Imperial, no, what's the word? Yeah, Imperial sizing. Yeah, Imperial hex key. No, it's not even that. It's a metric hex key, actually. Get it right. So, here we go. First one. So, old-fashioned styled, standard hex key arrangement. That doesn't look bad at all. If we get a set of, well, we can get a set of 6 out of those. Let's look at the gaps and make sure that it isn't anything. Because I think we're in a better position to, if we can just prevent the strings from moving, so that we put them. The important thing is they stay where I put them in a minute when I position the bridge. And the problem with the 2 narrow saddles is that even if I position the bridge perfectly, they still have a bit of room to wander side to side, and that's where it goes to 4 BM, which is a state of affairs we absolutely don't want. So we'll have a look at these lined up together. But that's another one of these issues, Karen, that makes this Partscaster business not simple, and not everyone should be putting them together. Okay, 3 of these and a little bit of movement, but it still looks tidier than before. Let's borrow, right, let's borrow one of those. Let's get some Fender, old Fender. Right, and we'll borrow some springs as well. Forwards, longest one, springs. Okay, I think this might be workable. Like I say, it just depends on whether the strings move at all. It's a shame we had only 5 of those HGs. Well, I tell you what, if this doesn't work, I'm not happy with this, then 5 HGs and 1 Fender will do. And that will make sure, that will probably guarantee, I've got a bad feeling about this, that this is potentially a different gauge. So let's just hold off a minute. Yeah, that doesn't want to go in there. Where did that come from? Somewhere else. Let's try another one. That will go. Okay. This is one of your original ones, but original screw, but one of these old style Fender ones. So my whole best laid plan of getting this done all tonight has been well and truly scuppered, as you can imagine. But hey, it's not the baddest thing ever. Yeah, they're still a fraction too small, but the distance as we're talking now is minimal, so it really should stay in place, or the amount of movement it might make is going to be very, very small. Okay, one more with a short screw. Yeah, those HGs would have been right perfect for this, whatever brand that is. HG, what's HG? Something guitars maybe. Okay, that's okay. So we'll go back to this in a minute. We'll chuck that in there. We'll go back to our start point, which is there. Everything's probably in a line. Let's put the strings back on and do one more check. Oh, oh God! Yeah, another set of strings. Let's pull them out of there. Well, I won't pull them out. I'll leave them there in case we do need to come back to them. 2 more strings, please. 2 more strings, please. Do we really care what they're made of? We're just going to find something to stick on there. Something narrow, no, plain steel bronze. Oh, plain steel will do. What is this made of? Well, I don't really care. I'm just going to use it as a string to mark the thing. Okay, one more time. There it is. Thank you. Right, let's try it. Try it another way. The reason I'm erring on the side of this one now, if we can make it work, even though it's not the best width, the reason I'm erring on the side of it is because it's familiar, first of all, to Karen, since she this is how it was when she's learned to love it and play it. So that's a consideration. The other reason is because the whole the tremolo kind of recess and whatever is geared up for that bridge. So you know, if we go to the other one, we have to do extra work, and so there is something to be said for that. It's familiar and it's what she's used to in the spacing, even though it's technically wrong for this guitar. We shall see what comes of it. Right, so the reason I know how far forward the bridge has to be, because we've pretty much identified that its ideal position is slam bang in front of up against this edge here, and the only question now is where side to side does it go, and for that purpose I put these back on here, get this in a straight line, and then, do you know, I'm looking at this right now and I'm thinking this still needs to, given that this is sitting there, we still need to make up the, oh, these are American Fender ones again. So we've gone backwards to the US style thing, which again is why. So this one, this puts it back too wide. It also means we have to still drill away a little bit to get on site. But even when we're on site, this is going to be very close to the edge anyway. So do you know what? Since we're going to have to do the little bit of cutting away. See what happened? What happened before? I can see what happened before. The original smaller saddles bunched like that, which gave you a sort of playability, and it came inwards a little bit because they crushed the inwards. But it's not stable. It doesn't stay in that place. So I just think it's a bad fix, because as soon as they move, then things are going to fall off the end, slip off the edge. So I think we're going to do this properly. We're going to go to this one, and I know that we need to take some more material off here, and I'm going to just do that because that's the way to do it properly. So, you know, so this is the price that we pay in the world for, generally, for a badly put together guitar. It's not Karen's fault, it's just the consequence of putting the wrong components together in the wrong time, in the wrong place. I just think, you know, it's going to be better to do it properly. It's going to fall off if I'm not careful. Okay, so obviously this is cutting down in the right direction now, and we'll get closer to where we want to go. Although I can't tell immediately how much closer we are, but it's obviously going to be obstructed by the material all the way down. So, because the block is going to get in the way of the material, so I'm going to have to keep going down with the material, with the cutting. And when we get downwards, we'll go to the other side and meet up. Yeah. Okay. That's sort of in the right direction. We need to keep going because it's not going to free it up, it's going to obstruct down there. But we'll go to this side and do it from the other side. It's quite soft actually. So, so you can imagine how much I like, how good my feelings are towards the person who made this. So what I'm just doing at this point in time is stopping again, replacing the strings if I can, with a view to checking the sideways movement to see if we've got enough grinding done so we can put this bridge in. Yeah, you know, the thing about this is, you know, we've put time and money into this now, and it's got to be right. You know, the people who are not in this situation sometimes will make comments like, "Oh, you should have never spent that much money on it, and hasn't Karen already spent enough money on it?" And the answer could be yes, but it's always the customer's choice as to whether they want to continue and try and get it done. Right, so we've now got this, we've got the range of movement kind of mostly there. If I can just get the other one hooked up. Yeah, you know, you can't know, and hindsight's great and all the rest of it, and you know, you get so far and you go, well, okay, I found another problem, do I just give up now? And then we chuck the money away, you know, we throw away what you've invested in getting this far. And actually that's a pretty miserable state of affairs to be in, and I think we've got to get this, we've got to make this worth you know, playing. And you know, it's not the end of the world, you know, drilling a bit more material, but it's, you know, it deserves to be right. Okay, so let's just flatten this down a bit. That's better positioning, but let's get it in the right place. Okay, now there we are. So this is going to be, well, the idea is this is a hardtail. So we're let's have a look. We're coming forward on there, forward on there. Let's take this off here. I'm just going to examine. So we've got movement, we're straight up against the edge, is pretty much a straight line there, it's way too far off. If we put it there, we do or don't have free movement. I know Karen isn't going to use it this way, but I'm that way inclined. I'm bloody minded, frankly. Bloody minded. So what I'm looking to make sure is that this thing allows movement, so that for all the extra effort we can put it into tremolo mode if we want to. I can see down in here there's still a bit of extra room to go. It's not that side, is it? Damn, I've changed sides. We're coming from the back here actually. So I'm going to do a bit more. Please don't. Sorry, just get out of my way. That's a bit messy, but we'll live with that for a minute. I'm just being bloody minded now. We're putting a tremolo in, quality tremolo in, to make it, first of all, position the strings correctly where we want them. And I'm absolutely determined that this thing will play if we want it to as a tremolo, because why bloody not? Let's have a feel. Something, what's that touching there? Let's just smack you off a bit first, and you. So go back a bit. Okay, let's have a look at our position now. There's our 648 mark. We want to be about halfway on each of these, and we want to be somewhere like that. We go right against the edge, we get a little bit of grinding. I can't quite see where that is. Let's turn it over. Oh, I can see where it is. You know what it is? We can sort that out. It's down here. It's the other end. Right, a bit more dust, smoke and dust. Let's have another listen and feel. In place, which is about, we're going right against the edge there. Actually, that's not, no, that's quite a bit further back. So this is a different piece now, so we don't need to be as far back. That's the other thing. Sorry, it's far forward. So we need to be a bit more circumspect about the line that we follow, and it's really got to be something like this, and we've got to be there in that position like that, which is about right, and then we go up and down, up and down. Yeah, so that gives us full range. That gives us less due to the thing hitting on the back, which is always going to be the way it is, unless we reduce some more. So this was never built for a bridge of this size, or not this construction. I don't think that thing belonged on there at all once upon a time. I don't think anything, I think we conclude that nothing on this belonged here. And that's as simple as that. So I'm just going to cut a straight line piece here for a second. He hopes. We don't need a full range of tremolo. I know Karen doesn't need tremolo at all, but I think we could still get some without going too extreme. Okay, so there's our, let's take these down the last little bit so we're sitting as low to the fingerboard as possible. That's good, and that's good. See, now this one, I don't think we need to shim because it's a different thickness plate. Oh, I think it is anyway. Why isn't that going down? Because that's in the way. It isn't going down because it's, right, that at that point it's sitting on the string. So that has to come in this way. Holy cow. And then that's too long really, because that's now going to press on the string again. Oh damn, I've covered up my view. Oh, what a fool. What a fool I am. How much all this takes? Can you see it? Can you tell? Can you see it? On there, clunk, clunk, out of the way, you line it up. Now this is the the telltale thing. This is where it all comes to the payoff, the end of the deal. We want to line up, we want as straight an edge as possible, and that's can be at times anyone's guess. That's a good start point for the saddles right there. So that's a marker point there. That's too far that way. We go over to here and we go, right, let us imagine, is this square to it? No, let's call that square to it. Let's imagine that's our front edge line. We'll continue it around here. Now let's draw 1, 2. Very difficult to hold those down and mark those at the same time. And certainly to get that over there and around there, and that in there and around there without moving the whole thing. So that's a pretty poor representation. So if I can hold that there and not let it move at all, but get rid of this string, thank you, and then I may be able to better, shit, I just pushed it with my hand, damn it, look at that. See, as soon as that happens, I've moved it. Poke my eyes out. Come on, you, there, there, and there. That was not good, that's good, that isn't good. That's about right. So the hardest bit of all of this is getting a center start point of any stroke, all of these. See, that one's now playing me up. Hardest thing is getting a center point of these to work off, and if we can just get 2 done, we can then fit the end 2 and go from there. So this is just being an absolute pain in the arse now. So we know, okay, we know the position. What we want is to take these off, get these out of the way because they're just interfering with things. A couple more strings, bite the dust. Ah, come on. This one is sticking out far too far. It's not good at all. I'm getting the thing trapped, so I'm going to have to cut the screw down in size to make this one work. Okay, Wilkinson. Right, so here we have our centre piece there. There's our front line, which is good. And the trouble is as well, is you get this bloody chrome dazzling you in the face, and it drives me nuts. I can hardly see through it. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's get a center point in there. That's about there. So if I get my pointy thing and make a mark right there, we'll call that a first mark, and we'll get the second one right in there like that. And I deliberately sort of put it there because I didn't know where it is in terms of the old the fills, so I don't really want to know. So if we go there, that's our start point. Okay, and then we go there and there and there, that's our start point, that's our start point. That looks pretty square on. I'll have to use the original tremolo things because I don't think I've got any in this bag. No, I haven't. So just make sure these will work. Not too small, not too large. No, they'll work fine. Okay, so since we're using these, we'll take a measurement, and the size is 287. It's pretty small. So we'll go with something small. What we got? 1, 2, 3. There we go. Something like this. That's probably a good start. That'd be 150, 198, 287. That's nearly a millimetre under. What do you reckon? I should go even smaller. Not really sure if we should go smaller. Let's see what this is. Seems to look too small, much too small. 150, and actually this is, by the time we've got the threads going through it, this is 350, and this one is 198. So that's 1.5 difference. We'll go with this one. So look how small a progress we haven't made. Okay, so the one thing I've noticed, I've found with this, is if we don't get this marked correctly to begin with, this thing, these marks go all over the place. So I'm going to tap this with a hammer, which is over here, because I want this start hole to be exact. Once I've got the first two on, I can use the I can let the bridge itself guide the others. So that's my first one, and there's my second one. So hopefully that will give this a decent start in life. First one. Right. This is interesting. That has gone into what I think is some filler of some kind. I've had this before in my own builds when you've rescued a body. So there's filler over on this side, and I think somebody's done a load of filler over this side too, and that makes getting these tremolo screws in a little bit difficult. You can run the risk of problems because the filler drives the bit off to the side, and it tries to derail your whole the whole thing. Okay. Okay, so this sits here like that. And you see, even that feels just a fraction out from where I wanted it. So I cannot be 100% sure about this. It's not far off, but this is so particular. I need some more strings now. Get these two out of the way. Holy crap, this is doing my head in. Where are the clippers? Clip those, clip those. So yeah, this is where it gets to be an absolute pain in the whatchamacallit, because if that's gone wandering, then it's gone wandering. What's this? Eights. I don't want eights. I want nines, tens, anything. GSS. 10.5. No. Oh my god. Nines. I don't want to waste any more strings, but I'm having to, I'm afraid. Right. So the question I've got here is basically, is this going to work as positioned? So here we have, geez, we've got two nines. Thank you. That's pretty. Oh, it's a 9 and a. Okay, it's a 9 and a D. An E and top E and a D. So I just want to, let's try this first one. And let's just do the best we can to confirm that this will be in the right place. In the right place. Do you know, if anything, is that where I wanted it, or is it a fraction off? This one went sideways, didn't it? So I guess my best bet would be to go for that one there, hoping it's not also striking gold in the department of filler. That's really what we don't want. So I'm just getting two in, and if these work, then we shall be in a fair enough position. And we've got the strings flying everywhere because more in the pack than I currently want to use. Thank you. So if I just get these lined up and they work, then the good part about it is we can get ready for the fret leveling shenanigans. So the problem I've got here is that this is too long. This damn screw is a bit too long. See that? It's putting up a fight to come through. We can trim it back afterwards, but might not even succeed in getting the here. I just need it for now, please. Just don't care about intonation. I just need you to behave. Behave. Right. Look, more cut off bits. But this hopefully will be the last time. Well, let's not do anything with that first. Let's tack this down near the bottom. Okay, and that is there, and that is sit down. Sit. Thanks, nut. Sit down. Again. So this doesn't want to sit level because it's resting on the thing. So I will just pull it back a bit more as we did before. Try and don't want to do it because it's just screws in the way. We'll have to cut that short afterwards. But meantime, you see why repairing a Partscaster can just end up being an absolute nightmare. Okay, I'm going to load these up as if we're going with this, and springs out the way, and we'll hope that this is a usable start point for our fret leveling. Obviously what I don't really want to do is end up filling any holes and doing it again, but at the moment you can see I've started with 2 on just to check, and if they're really out of position then I may have to do that. You can see the problem with this is using we're a bit narrow on this, there's a bit more leeway, but okay, let's have a look. So that's a bit far forward. This is now tilted. So that's just absolute. See, that's gone off sideways. So the problem with this, the real problem with this is, as mentioned before, is that it's got filler in it and it's gone off. It's got the track of this has gone wandering off sideways. So I've tried to put it in a straight line and the drill bit goes to one side. Now I'll probably straighten that up a little bit, but I have to say, if I'm honest, that's still a bit too. God, isn't this just impossible? Yeah, it could be. This is just an absolute. What's it creaking for? I'm just pulling it up through here. Oh, nice one. Right. So this is no good unless we chop it off. Yikes! So I'm really. The accuracy of this now is just getting to be a bit silly because the underlying, whatever it's been filled with, is making the different bits behave differently. So where's that? Pull that down flat. That's your line. Okay. Honestly, that's going to be. Probably going to be as good as we're ever going to get at this rate. Let me take this out. Let me put in some springs to keep this pegged down a minute. Holy cow. Right, that's that. Let's stick this in a bit further. We'll start off with this anyway, all the way in. We would do if we were doing an adjustment to the tremolo. Okay, so this has got, because of the movement, this can still move sideways, but it's sort of defaulting to there. Which in my book, and that's pulling in a fraction. Holy cow. So just with these here, just straight off, these are not where I want them to be, and that's something to do with this underlying, the underlying material. It's just not lining up where I want it when I drill. So we have a bit of leeway on this, so I'm just going to slack these off and see. Let's take this up. So pulling back that way, down, down. So basically it's wandered off that way too much. It's just ridiculous. It drives me mad. Just pinched the hell out of my finger. Okay, so we're going to have to replace this. So despite positioning those, it's gone for a wonder. Right, so I'm going to go back to these two, and I'm going to say this is my start point again, and line it up in the correct place. There. Yep, there. On the line, please. Thank you. There. Okay, there, and then there, and there. And there's something under there as well. What have they done? Please, 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 what have they done? There's one, and there's one, but it doesn't want to go down there because it's got something under there. Holy cow. Try it again to make a start mark that is any good. What is this material in here? It. I just don't understand it. Let's get this. Oh man. Okay, get up there, get in there. Right, just about the right place. You get in there, and you get in there. This is such a bizarre thing. Get it in the mark and it, oh maybe that's because it's not in. Okay, that's there, that's there. Still goes off sideways. That's incredible. I mean, it will work, that's about the right position, but how bizarre. So now we have to go in here, which is kind of goes into that hole there, and we have to. So let's tighten these down first because we're just gonna go that way. Stay down, down. Right. That's a fairly good fix. Let's put these on. Let's not use that one because that's destined, determined to hurt me. So, as you can see, what was supposed to be something relatively straightforward has It turned out to take the whole evening and not get very far, unfortunately. Okay, you stay down. Right, you stay back there. Let's put one more in here to line it up. It's just, well, that's what's really odd about this, because if there is something else under here that is causing the things I make the marks with to go wandering, then it becomes impossible to get them in a straight line, in a straight place. There's definitely stuff. What's that? It's all melted. There's definitely some weird going on here. I mean, it's usually the case. It's a filler of some kind, and you just don't know what it is until you hit it. Okay, so look, for starters, I've got it lined up now where I want it. There's a couple of things to do. I'm going to fill a couple of those with small bits, and then we'll drill into them, screw into them. So I don't want to waste tons more string, so let's just repurpose this little chap here if we can and get this refitted, except it's going to not want to play ball. Jesus! You know me and string ends, I hate the damn things. Right, I'm going to have to take a break in a minute because this is really making me vex. Right, let's get this one, just this one, or this pair on first, and then we'll worry about the others in a second. Thank you. Okay. Look at that. That is as balanced as it will get. But the problem is, no, it's okay. It's as good as it's going to get. But for my liking, it's a little bit too wide still. I would want a narrower spread of strings. So it tells me that this neck really, I don't think this neck totally suits a 54mm tremolo. But hey, well, it's going to cut my fingers off picking up blades. We'll worry about that another time. So here, I'm going to put the rest of the strings on, and then I'm going to tidy up, take a break, get something to eat, and I'm going to come back all full of beans and stuff, ready to do the fret leveling, which has been a long time in the coming, as you can tell. So this will be the sort of first check to make sure everything plays. We've got a better quality bridge on, but we've got it on to make it a little bit narrower than it was, and to make sure it just plays better than it was going to. I didn't like that, the movement in those two thin saddles that were incorrectly put on that other one. So we can be done with that. Be gone. So we are making progress, but it's a ton slower than I had hoped. But I, as you know, am determined not to send this back in a crappy state. I want this to be more than playable. I want it to be nice to play. Oh, Christ, that's just what I don't need. All that. Saturday night at the movies. So that came through and bounced off like that. Bounced off and went flying. Okay. I could probably do us all a favour and stop the recording now and just go home. That's probably the best bet. And come back and finish it tomorrow. I'm running behind now on things. I'm in danger of getting a backlog that will defeat me. So this should be the B. Oh wow, these are all over the shop. Yep. So I know that, was it? I can't let that down, can I? Can I let that down even with that there? Yeah, I guess I can. Right. Put these sort of somewhere vaguely, as if they were working in the right sort of setup. I'll fine tune it in a minute when we get anywhere close. Come on! Yes, I do get frazzled. Oh yes, I do get frazzled. B! Johnny, be good. Right, let's get these on. Thanks, just catch up on there, why don't you? Sort of got to that point where everything I touch goes wrong. So I'm going to need black tusk string tree for here. So I've got some over there, thank you. I've ordered some as well from my fabulous new working relationship with John Hornby Skews, that great long-standing British brand importer, distributor of quality musical instruments and accessories and parts, no less, no more, no less. And by the way, I'm not only saying that because I've got a thingy repairers type account with them. I'm saying it because I've always liked their stuff. It's not sexy, and I'm sorry about that, JHS. It's not perceived as sexy, and that's a bit of a shame because it deserves to be perceived as sexy. Some of the things are. Fret King brand of guitars tends to be a bit sexier. So does some of the vintage range. What's going on here? Well, it's because the action's ridiculously low. Let's get that somewhere where it's vaguely workable. Okay, 1.5. Let's go up on these suckers. This one's on the ground. Come up, will ye? And so on and so forth. Something like that. Right, let's go down. Just over 1.5. 1.5-ish, just 1.5-ish. 1.5-ish. Nothing-ish. Also far too close to this, that's no good. Let's bring this back. Okay, 1.5-ish, so 1.5, 1 point, nothing. Okay, nearly, sort of, kind of. This is just a sort of initial setup. It's only just to get the basics in place. And what I'm now going to do is I'm going to just make an approximate alignment of the saddles in relation to each other and all based off the mark on the green paper, which we can take off later on, but for now it's going to have to stay there. Or can stay there. Okay, so here's my approximate intonation pattern, which I know to be good and true. See, I'm happier when it's in this stage now. I'm starting to get a bit more cheerful. So all of these now, this isn't very good. This screw is far too long for this operation, but we're going to have to take care of that. All right, so where we're standing, all of that should be, it's probably a bit exaggerated. She makes a noise. And that is as perfectly positioned as you're ever going to get in this beast. Okay, alrighty. So there's more hard work. Now, sort of. Well, we don't need to do the nut just yet. What we do now is I take a break, check the clock and think, what the hell am I going to do? Am I going to stay here really late? Holy cow, it's 20 to 9. Been here ages already. So I'm going to stop. I've beaten the demon that is this bridge. Okay, we're now in place. This is now intonated. It's at the correct length for this crazy neck body combination, which means that when we play a note up here, they're all the same, which they wouldn't have been before. You'd never have got them in tune with each other. They would be out of tune. So we are correct. I almost feel like wrapping it up for tonight. What I'll do is I'll stop this for tonight on the video because I think I've had enough. You know, one of the things I've learned over about 8 years of doing this thing. One of the things I've learned is when you've kind of, look, it's been 2 hours 15 I've been fighting with this thing. So when you learn, you get to know yourself, and you know that when you've struggled with something, you know when you've sort of used up your good energy. And I think right now that's my good energy. This is what it'll look like when the first frets. That will be the nut. Let's pretend that's the action we'll have. No, yeah, that one. We'll have an action like that at the end. We'll have an action like that down there, and we'll have that nice Wilkinson bridge. You know, it's going to be set not to be used as a tremolo at the moment, but it'll do a job fine. So I'm going to go off camera now because I think this thing has used me up and spat me out tonight. I've had as much as I can do with it. Well, we've got the oh hello, stay up there. We've got the tuners fixed. We've got nut ready to tweak and make into an adjustable one. We've got the frets in and beveled off and kind of ready to finalise and level. I think what I'm going to do right now is, well, before I go in this last few minutes, I'm going to run you off battery now, so it doesn't matter too much of it kind of conks out. What I'm going to do before I switch off, I'm going to do the fret leveling part, because then I can switch off and know that that's done and come back to the bun breaking business of sanding out. Actually, no, I can do that off camera because and I can eat something and have a drink, a cup of coffee while I'm doing that. So let me do let me line up, mark up, line up, mark up, find the pen. Let's find the pen. And when I find the pen, I will mark up yonder frets ready for the fret leveling. And I can do this fret leveling even though the nut isn't down to its correct finalized size, because all we're really worried about at this point in time is we're listening for the frets working at low action. Now, I've assumed that I'm going to need to do fret leveling. That's pretty upfront of me, isn't it? So let's just play the notes a minute. This is okay, a little bit there. Okay, so we will need to. That's fine. Case proven. So I'm just going to mark up the frets, and then we'll get the soldering doofer on it. And these strings are only now for the purpose of fret leveling, so we'll be ready to sort of throw them away after the leveling has done. Yeah. So that bridge was a bleeding struggle. Mainly, you know, as mentioned, because it's in the wrong place, courtesy of the bad choice of neck choice of neck heel for this body. You know, and I suspect, well, I don't suspect, I know that the person who put it together sort of figured, oh well, it fits in there, I can get the bolts in, job done, and I didn't really have any, probably didn't have any much understanding, if any, of the impact of that on the scale length, and thereby the intonation stroke tuning problems it would cause. So, you know, that's where you can go wrong from the start. And of course, I didn't expect even that basic a mistake to have been made. So I was busy looking at the, you know, the two components, but without even realizing that, you know, the obvious thing in staring me in the face is the reason it was so far out. Because you know, as you know, I picked up the distance problem, the scale length problem, but it turned out the reason it was so far out was precisely the fitting of the wrong neck and the wrong kind of heel to this body. And my experience of Strat bodies with Telecaster style neck pockets is it tends to be quite a rare thing with slightly unusual stroke odd odd brands. They're not usually quality brands that do that. Anyhow, so I'm going to begin as I mean to finish and carry on. I'm going to start with the little nuts man, and I'm going to calibrate my truss rod tool to this neck. Oh, what I didn't check was the relief on this neck. That's true. I set the action, but I didn't check the relief. So the relief is quite high. Okay, so rule number one, let's adjust that out. Oh, and I did have this thing in my head before I started going anywhere near leveling this. I said to myself, oh, you really must check to make sure that the truss rod on this neck works, because after all of this, you don't really know how good this neck is. I'm not entirely sure I trust it, and so on and so forth. And actually, I went ahead and did the fret leveling without adjusting the neck. Now, it feels like it's adjusting pretty positively there, so I'm fairly confident that immediately, sorry you can't see it, immediately I'll see a difference. Yeah, so yep, that's good. So it could even be a fraction too flat, but never mind, we'll get on and work with it, and we'll see if it changes a bit more over time. So I calibrate the thing and we're ready to go straight off. Got the right amount of curve, and we'll just get stuck straight into this. Now, when I put these frets in, I did know there was going to be some leveling needed, could tell, so no surprise. And also different necks behave differently when under load of the strings, so even if it didn't show up when I was just testing it after the fretting, it could still, the compression on the neck could pull the whole thing into a very different configuration and put the frets out of kilter with each other. So along the way, I'm going to try and get rid of all the dust I can, so we keep as little off the board as possible, just while we're here, and so I can check my notes. So that's freed that up, so it wasn't much in the way of leveling, but I'm going to do a little bit more just to make sure we've got those top notes, top slightly high frets sorted out. You know, I went a little higher anyway on these frets, as I always do, to give me the space to do this leveling, so that I'm not constrained or afraid to level because I've got too low a fret choice. I would prefer to have to level out more and get a perfectly level set of frets than to have to sort of hold off the leveling, because I don't want to bring the height down any further. Tiny bit up right at that top one next to the top. I'll just give that a little kissing. This is the part of the fingerboard that very conventionally gets stiffened up by the fact that it's bolted into the body, and it causes a sort of stiffness, and therefore it won't curve the way everything else does. So I'm just going to check that there is still some relief in there. If we've flattened it out completely, then I just want to go, yeah, I think I'm going to go back a tiny turn. Not a turn, that much of a turn. Because it's just taken away all the relief. That will be good. Let me check this one. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll just level this one just to keep it nice and in line with the others. Usually you find that it will be the fret ends that will be a little bit out, particularly if your bending wasn't 1,000,000% perfect. You can get a little bit of a flyaway at the end, in which case this leveling is very good for taking care of that. Yeah, nice. Boing. Tiny bit just after the 12th. So my ability to sort of suss that out or hear it is what comes with time. I'm just sort of, if anything, when I'm at this stage now and I hear a little bit of around the 12th, 13th fret, all I then do is I just put my hands on that bit, and it effectively puts a little bit of extra focused pressure on that area, but it's so evenly sort of spread out between, or graded between all of them, it doesn't cause a problem. Ta-da! Jolly good. Now I recalibrate for the G track. Now the G track is an interesting one because if you're going to get bends and chokes that, bends that choke out like that, okay, we can tell that that's bending out right there. So it's almost in line with the dot on the G track. So, I don't, what fret was it? Let's call it, we're bending on the 14th fret, 14th fret bending up, and it's on the, it's just to the dot side of, so it's 14th, so this is the 15th fret, we're getting the choke. So I'm going to recalibrate on the G track, and this is where, the G track is where you hear success or otherwise in freeing up that choke out there on the big bend. Now I can see that the tool is now needing to be a little bit more curved to match the neck curve, and possibly even a bit more. So I've put a little bit more curvature in, so I've got to sort of follow the curve a bit. That feels about right to me. Feels and sounds right. It's an audio tactile thing. Okay, so I know that up here we've got a choke out. I don't have to focus on it. I build the whole lot in one go, sort of lightly, as little downward pressure as I can, really. Just making sure everything, again, quite by feel, but make sure everything gets a little bit of working. And I'm going across from side to side in the G track. And then when I come to test, I will be able to do another bend on the high E at that place on the 14th fret. And I'm listening out and watching out to see if it chokes out still on the G track, as I call it. So 14th, bend up. Just freeing it up, but it's not quite there. So I'm gonna go back to a bit more, and then next time I'll check all of them. Next time I'll check all the notes, and then I'll start to focus in on if we still got any bend going on up there. I'll kind of home in on that area specifically, but at the moment I'm sort of still thinking of pretty much the whole thing as one. And then I'll come back to a spot if I think it needs more attention. So we noticed that on this we haven't got any sort of high frets picked up that just you go up here and it goes. We've got mostly just the things choking out on bends. Right, so this is the 14th fret. Let's just double check the action. If this is fraction too low, it'll be impossible. Actually, that is too low. So I'm not making it easy for this poor guitar. I'm starting at too much of a challenge. There's about 1.25. In fact, barely 1.25. So we've got to start with a realistic action, which for me is 1.2 is a challenging action, and that is 1.2. Now, if we bend the 14th now, that's it. See, that's the difference. God, those are hard on my fingers. That's pretty much right there. So but I'm still gonna do a tiny bit more, just to be on the safe side. But you know, often I can tell when I've got let the action go down a little bit too low, and it's often a tiny adjustment of that makes all the difference. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to focus down at this end on that area that was choking on the G track, or was the challenging area. And I'm just going to put a little bit more attention into that like this. No harm in it. It's very little material being taken away. It's not going to cost us any significant fret life or anything like that. So now I put this back on, and again, now I'll check all the notes individually. Tiny little frizzle there, and again, I'll check the actions on these. See, that's the B is now too low. It's probably because I've changed the relief very slightly. Okay, so we'll go back to a realistic action, and actually we're getting a much better result. See, this is now too low, so we'll go up on this one, and we'll probably find this sounds pretty damn good once we've got to the correct action, which is about there. Let's just redo the others while we're at it. Make sure they're close to what we want. Oops. Okay. Yeah, you can, at this sort of levels of tiny movements, just a tiny tweak on the truss rod can change that action there a little bit. It's not where you would go to change your action, but it does have that effect. That's fine. Okay, recalibrate for the D track now, and everything's at the right height currently. Now it's leveled out, flattened out a tiny little bit. Now I need a bit more curve in it, so tiny little adjustments, as you can see. There we are, on the mark. Good, set, go. And over we go. Now, the lower strings tend to be subject to more fret slap, as I call it. And that, my term, it's not a conventional term, but it's my term to distinguish from fret buzz. Fret buzz is a term I use. When I use it, I refer to a kind of recognizable buzz, which is usually in very specific places, a local buzz caused by what you can easily understand is a single high fret getting in the way of the next fret up. And that's encountered at one place, or maybe two places on a single neck, but not all the way. That's pretty good. What I call fret slap is something that sounds probably like this, if I can. There. But it's on several strings, so it's caused by not an individual high fret. It's caused by a cluster of frets, and it's when you're pulling away from thinking about one fret and the next, when you think about fret slap, you're really thinking about the overall curvature of the neck as a whole, and seeing it as a thing with lots of, or a number of ups and downs on it across its distance. And so On one hand, this process is very good for leveling frets that are sticking up, individual frets that are causing problems, whether they're high or low. The other thing it does really well is it treats the whole fingerboard as a single thing with a series of kind of more or less ups and downs in it, which we heard on the bass string there, and that's what I call fret slap. And the question is, do I do separate things to cure the fret slap? Well, I sort of don't, but I do. And what I mean by that is I do it all in the same technique, but it's almost like when I test the neck out, first of all, I identify where there are clear fret buzzes, individual spots that are a single high or a single low fret typically. And then I level to get rid of that, first of all. And then I sort of tend to level as well, or afterwards even sometimes, I re-look at it and from the point of picking up what I call fret slap. And when I've picked up fret slap, I then do the thing I do differently is I make sure I apply less force with the truss rod, because I want to keep the truss rod, I want it to retain its shape. A little bit there. So a little bunch of fret slap all the way up there. So I'm going to take care of that. So I'm going to, first of all, as I say, I'm going to try and let the truss rod do its thing without really putting any extra weight anywhere. And if I still have some left after I've done this, what I then tend to do is I tend to just lean a little bit on one end in the approximate area where I'm getting what I call the fret slap. But if I do it sort of overall, what I'm trying most of all to do is to keep the curvature the same, and I want to impose the curvature of the truss rod onto the neck, but very gently. And that's because the truss rod curvature is more ideal and the neck is actually bumpier. It's improved it a little bit. This time I'm going to do that thing of focusing my attention down at this end now. And what we'll hear, amazingly, is I just kind of a little bit more pushing at this end, keeping the rod will keep its shape more or less, but I'm focusing my attention in inverted commas. It's a bit of a euphemism, so what it means is I'm pressing down a little bit at this end because I want to map the curve of that part of the truss rod onto that part of the neck. And in doing so, amazingly, it frees up the little bit of extra space that the strings need to play without creating that little funny buzzy slap noise. So a little bit there, but almost gone. You see how that did it? Just did the whole area to get rid of that little group of buzzy notes. But because several of them were doing that, you could tell that it's not from a single fret to be taken care of. It's from a cluster of frets. So I'm sort of imposing now a little bit more the curve of the beam onto that part of the neck. And to get it to play, it takes a little bit more material off there because it has to kind of create that space for the strings to oscillate freely. A little bit there. A tiny bit there. So I'm going to do a little bit more around the 12th and up there, a tiny bit more. Now, this method I've found that sometimes you can't get rid of everything, but usually you can. So I'm concentrating on that little bit around the 12th fret, so I'm adding a bit of weight there. And letting it do everywhere else at the same time. And we're going to go right back up here and put in a bit of extra force down on this area here. And call that probably about quits. And then if I'm still finding I've got a little bit of fret slap going on in there, and my instinct or my experience tells me I'm kind of probably as much leveling as I want to do there, I might double check the action and make sure we aren't really under pushing it. It's not bad, you know. But what really is the action here, if I'm being honest? You see, the action here is really about 1.25. It needs to be 1.5 at that point, so I'm kind of undercooking it and putting it under undue levels of strain. So if it's closer to the 1.5, we'll probably find, look at that, all the slap is gone. So it's a combination of doing the leveling, but it's also about, you know, I trust that the leveling works, and when I hear that little bit of slap remaining, it then becomes a little indicator to me that actually what's probably happened is I'm a little bit below the target action on the bridge setting, and lo and behold, I usually am, and that's a very good thing because I can do a tiny tweak and that buzz goes away, or that slap goes away. Now the interesting thing, of course, is if I can cure it so easily, it can come back that easily. So if you were to adjust down the action by even a quarter of a turn on the grub screws, you can suddenly find yourself in a world of fret buzz again, because you know that's how tiny the tolerances are here, and how little it takes to take away the clearances, but also how little it takes to create the adequate clearance for the guitar to play really well. So I'm now just going to check this out. This is the precision bit. Whoops. Okay, a little bit of the old fret snap at this end. We're looking at the action. The action is about 1.5, so this should be able to do it at 1.5, so I'll concentrate a bit more on this end, because with the action as it is, we shouldn't have to compromise any more on that. If we get to a place where it just doesn't work and I can't figure out why, or I can't make it work any better, then it can be that we've reached a point where I have to compromise on the action at the bridge. But it's a sort of last ditch for me. I don't really want to do that, because obviously I want this thing to play as low and light as is feasibly possible. But you've got to remember, I suppose the other thing is that on Strats, a 9.5 inch radius is about as tight a radius, curved a radius as you can go without having to have a higher action. Oh yeah! Oh, this is way out of tune now. Way out of tune. Let's get it into tune. Hey. Lovely. Right, I'm going to call that televisual quits for today. I'm pleased with that. I'll do the next bits off camera, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these strings off. I'm going to mark up the frets again. Oh, this one is desperate to shed its gears, you know that? I'm not even convinced that these are actually what they say they are, cloisons. They don't feel, the gearing doesn't feel good. Sorry. I don't know if these are Chinese fakes or something, but that gearing in that low E is not good. So you're going to have to be careful with that when you come to tuning. If it tightens up, you're going to have to do something like slacken it off and try again, so it just resets the gear or something. I wouldn't expect that of a genuine cloison, I have to say. So I don't know what's really going on there. The other thing I've got to do is I've got to get a short screw for these things. Now, if I cut the screw, it's going to make a gnarled up thread, which can be a real problem. So what I don't know is what I'm really going to use, unless I can find some ready-made shorter ones. But I'm a bit all out of luck. Everything has mostly bit appear to be short on those things. Now I've got a load of bits and pieces here, but I don't know how many of the tremolo type ones. I mean, if I can't find a ready-made short one, I will have to cut one back and hope I can get it to re-string itself. So we take a standard one like this, we take it through the old cutters and we go goodbye. Then we take one of your other ones that we're not, oh no, my HG ones, we can put it in there and we try it out and I can feel it biting. So first of all, it doesn't want to go through there because it's got a gnarled end, but we can force it through and back out and through and back out. So we're kind of using something else to cut a new screw. So on this one, okay, on this one we'll do that. So I'm going to switch this off in a minute, but first I'm going to take this off, lose this darned string at the bottom, please. If I can even get close enough to get it through. Come on. I still have to obviously take the bridge right off and take the green stuff off and refit it, and then while it's refitted, add the new. And when it's off, I will. What will I do? I will. When it's off, I will fill the things with some thing, and then I will redo it. So now I've got to find a shorter spring, a longer summer and a shorter spring. I'm leaving these original saddles on here because they came with it and they're the right size for it. So I'm not going to get into making this harder. So that's pretty well fitted right there. Everything else is about right. What I could do is swap these two out. We should be in a better position. They're slightly different lengths, so let's make them useful. That one comes out. God almighty. If I just get past this stage, I'll be happy. Okay, first one back in. Now that needs to be the long one. First one is the long one. At first I was afraid. I was slightly petrified. Thinking I could never live without you. Why am I trying to do any of this with these damn strings still poking through? I made life harder for myself. Because I just have. Ay, 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 caramba. Get in there, get on there, get in there, get on there. Don't chew the thread up, fellas. Come on, get in. Oh, you absolute piece of garbage. Holy frankincense. This nut is still in there. Out you come, out you come, out you come, out you come. And possibly out you come. Oh my God. And then if you can't get that one out, sometimes you have to poke it through with a thinner thing. Right. Oh my God. So these done. Yeah, so what I was going to do, I'll show you what I'm going to do and then I'll switch the darn camera off. We get the old pen, which is somewhere up here, and I'm going to cover all of them in thingy again. That stuff. Masking tape, no, the other stuff. Marker pen. And then we're going to go and we take the small side of this file and we're going to, you can see it, we're going to recrown this to make sure that any flat part is reshaped so it is nice and arch shaped. Okay, so I'm going to mark all the, done that one, mark all these up and do that to all of them, and after that I will, off camera, today or tomorrow, I will polish these frets up. I will mask off the fingerboard first, polish the frets up. The problem I got is I want to do that tonight because I want to take this home with me. So I think I'm going to have to do it tonight off camera. I'll take it home with me and I'll add some poly, and that will be pretty much the hard part done of everything. I finally will have got over the crest of the hill. I'll be heading down the other side. But you don't need to watch this. So I'm going to do all of those, tape it all off, polish it all out, take the neck off, take it home, do the extra poly on the side later on tonight, if there is a later on tonight. In fact, I could take that off now. There's no point having it on now. We'll take it off now, and I'll set this to full stun, and we'll take it off now. So remind me to take it home. And then we'll pretty much be on to tomorrow, yeah, okay. Tomorrow's task will be to just tweak the nut and get that down to size. And the question for me is whether it will be an adjustable nut or not, whether it needs to be an adjustable nut or not. I'm not sure it does, but we'll see what it best lends itself to. Okay, so I'm going to go off and do these things. Thank you for bearing with me. You've got to see how frazzling it can be to do this sort of stuff, particularly when you start out with a guitar that had really been put together without the skill to do it. And you know, I'm not knocking people, because we've all been there. I've made the same mistakes along the way, and and can make them again sometimes if I'm not careful. It's easy to do. For example, on the neck I'm making from scratch, I glued the fingerboard, which I had radiused myself, to the underlying wood, and I didn't even think to check the levelness. It was a commercially made, bought neck blank, and I stupidly assumed it was flat, and of course it wasn't. So now I've got a pre-curved neck before I even put any strings on it. So I'm going to have to. It's not a for sale guitar, but it's just a pain in the rump. I've kicked myself for not thinking in front. Anyway, so I'm going to have to sand and plane that neck flat, so the fingerboard flat, not flat. I'm going to have to take off the curves either end, and then before I ever use it. Or I could just give it up. I really was doing it for practice, so I don't mind giving up on it if it's not ever going to work. I can still practice carving the shape of the neck onto it and so on, which is something I need to do anyway. So it's not a dead loss either which way, but it is a pain, because I think there is an absolute truth with guitar work is don't make an assumption. It's true in lots of walks of life, but also in guitar work, just don't assume. Okay, so I'm going to go off camera, tape this up, do the sanding out, head for home. So thank you for watching. I'll see you again tomorrow. Right, so here we are. One cup of coffee, one Sunday evening, one lots to do, get finished. So off camera, I've done the adjustable nut ready. At home, I've built up the sides of the neck with a bit of extra poly, so it's nice and smooth and lovely. Here I have fixed a ground anchor point for spreading around our common ground to shield this shield this cage. I have trimmed back these bits here just for the sake of it. I've cleaned up the jack socket, which actually looks okay. I think it will work fine the way it's looking. We'll double check as we go. And so now the time has come to put some things together. So I think what we'll do is we'll go straight into reconnection of that thing, this business. So I'm just going to move that out of the way for a second, and I've chosen to do this here so you can see. Now these are not massively exotic components, that's the fact. but we're going to live with them, partly because switching them out would be time consuming, more expense, and on top of that, what we also would be confined probably either to still use mini pots, which isn't that much of a quality step up, or if we were to step up in size, we could run a very real risk of basically having to route more space in the electrics cavity. That's often what happens, which can be an absolute pain in the bits and pieces. So for this reason or that reason, we're going to go with the original parts, and they work. There's nothing obviously wrong with them. Capacitor, bog standard. Despite what people say, there's no massive difference between one capacitor and another. They all do the same job. Pickups are decent enough as they come. I'll just do a little bit of tidying here, so we've got a little bit better housekeeping of the wires. So just a tidy business, really, tidying up. There you go. Just keep them straight. Somewhere here we've got these. These pickups seem decent enough quality. There's nothing about them that bugs me. I'm sure they play well enough. Maybe the best thing, one of the best things about the Partscaster. So there we have the wires tidied up, as tidy as they can be around the pots and so on. And we've got a ground wire to go to the claw trim, or the bridge I should say, goes to the claw, and we've got the wire out to the jack, and the hot wire out to the jack, and the ground wire. Now on top of that, we're going to add a couple more wires. No, one more wire. We're going to put a wire out to the something. Well, we only really need one more, don't we? One out to the shield, and then we'll just keep that grounded. So a smallish wire out to the shield, from there to there. That'll do. This is why I end up with cuts on my fingers, because I use blades. So I've got a hell of a lot going work-wise and other things. I've got a busy village, local politics schedule at the moment. So the aim, I've got 2 meetings, one tomorrow night, could be quite a sparky one, and another one on Tuesday night, and then I've got a ton of other guitars to do. Now this needs cleaning. I've ordered some more of this tip cleaning stuff. It's actually quite good. I'm in the dregs of this now, but it really does help deoxidize or something the tip of the iron, and you can get quite a good fresh start. But I'm absolutely out, and they only sell it in these little tiny pots, but it doesn't make your iron tip bubble, and then you can shove it in the brassy wire stuff, and then it comes out quite a lot cleaner, and you can get usually transfers her heat a bit better. So I'm going to go put blobs on either end, because I want them to, one is going to go to a pot, and the other one is going to go to the little hook on the trim claw. So a bit of loaded solder is always a good idea. And then for a minute we'll just bring up this one here, which hasn't got tinning on it, and this is the ground to the trim claw. Sorry, this is going to the trim claw. That blue one is going to go to the shield. So this one doesn't. Let me just think. Oh yeah, this one probably does also need a blob on the end if we're going to use it for those purposes. Okay, and the other one is to the jack. Right. Okay, so that's all our earths and bits and bobs readied. Put our helping hands out of the way. So we're all good here. Everything works. These joints look all pretty good. So the output from the switch from the switch to the input on this lug looks a little bit feeble, so I shall give it a little bit of a boost here. Okay, freshen that up. Metal on metal. Okay, all good. So no problems there. So, oh yes, one more thing. So think. Let's put this one straight on here. Come on, you can do it. Get some heat into the top of that there pot. Thank you. Lovely. So that's going to our shield. Okay. So the next thing we do. So what I'm going to do is get all this hooked up, and then we'll put the neck on, and then we'll put the strings on, and we're really into just stretching out and intonating after that point. So this was a bit on the clumsy side, so it's not the longest run in the world. So the first thing I'm going to do is put some solder on these arms or the wings of it. These are, I repurposed these things. They are originally the what do they call those things? String trees. They're actually a little bit thick and chromy, but I get some solder loaded onto there, and then it gives me a good anchor point for my ground wire. So this ground wire now will ground the cavity, so it will act as a shield. So we just soften this or melt this down a bit. Come on. I'm struggling to get enough heat in there. That's not brilliant, I'm afraid. I'm a bit annoyed about that. Come on. Thank you. Hold still. Alright. Right. So that's the first one. That's our earth grounding our shield. Then we're going to take these two about the same length, and they've got to go through. No, actually it's the other two. That one's going to the bridge. These two are the wires out to the jack socket, and they have to go through here, which is a bit of a faff because they're trying to go. They have to go uphill, and I have to somehow push them uphill with the wrong hand, and everything being too close to there and not being able to get access. Oh, actually they're going downhill. That would help. But they still don't want to go downhill, as you can see. And they finally, maybe don't, possibly they emerge at the bottom, but they don't want to. Now some people actually do this, they wind them together. That's if they'll stay together. It actually helps to shield them, by the way, because you're wrapping the ground wire around the hot wire. And theoretically, that gives it a little bit of protection to shield it. So this is, as it goes through the kind of wood, you've got a little bit of extra shielding there, where the paint don't reach. I used to see this tangled up or doubled up or wired up like this, and I used to wonder why. But to be for that purpose. How effective it is, I don't know, but there's no harm in doing it. The other reason I'm doing it is because I want to try and keep these things so they go through together. I'm not even sure I'm going to achieve that much. Come on, round you go a couple of times. Yeah. Maybe not. Let's try it. Right, go under there. There's Kevin from downstairs. Come on, through you go. Right, there's the two of them through there. Get myself some pliers. Hang on to them and pull them through a bit. The problem with this is now you're always restricted for space, so now I've got to try and go through here, get this wire out wherever it goes through. Can't bloody see it now. Here, through into the tremolo space, the spring cavity, if you like. Okay, so all of these sort of come through like this and sit there. Right, now everything is going to stay where it was, we hope, in terms of this scratch plate and whatnot. So let's put 2 of the original scratch plate screws back in here. Clumsy, tired, had enough. So really, I just want to sort of tag these into place. Interestingly, they don't fit. Nothing. It doesn't quite line up, this plate, but it will do. It's not perfect, but it'll do. Okay, so there's that. So the first thing that happens is we get this, and we're now going to hook that onto there. It's too much wire really, but it doesn't matter. Better more than less, because at least we can get there. So what I did on this before is I prized up this little hooky arm under here. You'll never get enough heat into it if it's flat against the body of this tremolo claw. So you have to get it to build up some solder that you can stick anything to. You definitely have to lift it up. So sort of lever it up with a screwdriver, and even when, by the way, as you can see, even when you do get it up to height, it's still very difficult to get any really good heat into it. It sheds the heat pretty well, but you can eventually get there with a big blob of solder like that, and then you come along and you stick in your wire, and if you need to, you can grab hold of it with one of these pliers-y things. I've lost my dexterity. I'm not making excuses, but in 1995 I had a very serious motorcycle crash, and I smashed up both of my wrists and ended up in intensive care for 2 or 3 weeks. I can't remember, 2, 3, long enough, thank you. And in doing so, they did some great fixie work, but to be fair, it left me not the same mobility as before. Okay, so I've now managed to lose a pair of pliers that I had before, which are now there. I'm just going to cut these back to the same length and re-strip them, because they're not very convincing as stripped wires. This sort of wire it's quite hard to strip it back without damaging the braid inside, or no, the loose threads inside. I find turning corners with my hand is difficult. So what we're going to do is going to hook this up, and I'm going to reconnect this jack plug without testing. Often when I've done a wiring job, I'll test these with some connector cable-y things, just to save me putting this in and then having to undo it all when I realise that it doesn't actually work. That's quite common occurrence. So that's what I normally do. But because this was playing before I took it apart and there's nothing complicated about it, I'm going to just treat it like it's in order. It's highly unlikely that it won't be. So we know that the red is the live in this case, and we know that the black is the ground. So I'm going to push you could tin it to keep the wires together, or if you're careful, you can feed them through successfully. But they always spread at the point that you poke them at the hole. If you excuse the rather rural language, they end up splintering, you might say. So this is the ground. Now this is a funny part of this. I've said this loads of times before, but at this stage I'm quite capable of getting this 50% wrong. So there's only one option here, or two choices. Sorry, it's either one or the other, and amazingly I can still manage to get the other and get it wrong. And then the danger of when you do that and get it wrong, you can put it back inside the tunnel or underneath this little cover here, and forget about it. And then when it doesn't work, you think to yourself, what's gone wrong? Why doesn't this work? And the truth is, in fact, what I'm going to do is tin this because that wasn't very successful. Yeah, the truth is, you can sometimes take everything apart and only finally hours later go, did I by chance get it that 50%? You know, it's either or. Did I get it wrong after all of that? After saying so many times to watch out, you could be getting this wrong. And then I pull up the cover or look in the hole of sort of Les Paul style guitars, and lo and behold, I got it wrong. And it was only a 50% chance of getting it wrong, and I got it wrong. Anyway, so I'm going to, oops, burn the cloth, why don't you? Come on, heat. So I'm going to double check this visually before I put it under the covers. Okay, we have red to the tip and we have black ground to the other bit, the knot tip. So this is going to press down, so we want that slightly out of the way. Hopefully that will be it. We don't know until we try. Put these two thingies in, hold it in place, and then we test it, make sure it's working, and only then, only then move on to the next bit, which is putting the neck back on and then getting everything else sorted. Feels good. Feels good. Quick test. My stacking system of things is not quite the best on the planet. Oop. Oop, oop. Thank you. Perfect. All good. So, I don't know what you can see exactly there. Coffee's going cold, excuse me. Impossible to drink coffee in a hurry without making slurps. So I can turn this down, followed by off in a minute. Now, keep zooming in, keep zooming. Now we go for this bit. So the first thing we had was 2, 3 and 4 went in and gave us a good location. So let's get 2, 3 and 4 back in there first. Granted, given, okay, yeah. 2, 3 and 4. 2, 3. Now, what I haven't seen before is how close this goes to there. We're not using it as a tremolo, so I don't need to cut this back anymore. But had we been using the tremolo, I would have been tempted to trim this back, but I'm not going to, because my plan is this baby goes out Tuesday morning. That's the plan, and I'm just going to get it flat on the deck. We don't want these screws to go in too far. Interesting thing about screws, tremolo screws, is it's very, very sensitive how you have to get them exactly right for them to work, for the tremolo to work properly. And that's all down to they can't be too tight. They have to be loose enough. And in fact, once they're down, once they're down there, and the front of this circle, the hole, can lean against, as it were, can ride against the chrome unthreaded bit of the thing. That actually technically is as low as it has to be. Obviously it doesn't look good, so we go a bit lower, but what we don't do is never tighten it so that it starts to pull the plate down like it just did there, right? So you go backwards, and so if you're not sure, back up a little bit more even than you think, and you'll be okay. and that's got a lot to do with making sure it operates smoothly as a tremolo. But in this case we don't have to worry because that's not what it's doing. Oops. It's being naught but an odd tail bridge in this case. So now we're going to go over to the other side, and I actually found the other spring, so we can put 3 on just for good chunky measure. We'll go 1 on the outside here, wrong pliers, 1 on the outside. Very difficult. There's a little clip you can buy to do this, but I find it neither more or less easy to use the pliers like this, but you have to have a bit of a grip to you. Okay, so up we go to this one. That's our locked in position. Now that looks a bit offset. Oh, sorry, that looks a bit off center, precisely because we've had to move the bridge to make it work the way it wasn't working before. So it's not the fault of the installer this time. The installer is correcting previous errors, if you get my meaning. So I'm just letting you know that's why it still looks off center. It has to for us to have the bridge in the right place for this neck on this guitar. Right, so while I'm at it now, I can replace the remainder of these pickguard screws, and then we're ready for the neck to go back on. Once the neck's back on, oh, these are slightly different screws, I'm not happy with those. Once the neck's back on, we're into restring territory. I've got the nut done, I think, pretty much perfectly, but I'll just double check. Karen, you may not have seen the explanation or the rationale why I use adjustable tusk nuts, or custom made ones that I make adjustable myself. The reason is that I think the best, smoothest and least friction filled action of a nut is when we're using the original factory slots. Okay, I think there's a tiny bit of shielding sticking out there. It's only carbon fibre. I'll just try and wipe it off afterwards, but it's just a little tiny bit. There's nothing I've missed with my painting. Apologies. Yeah, so it's I find that having the untouched factory slots doing the work is the best you can get. The best a person can get. Anyway, I need some more of these. So if you don't do adjustable, and let's put it another. If you don't do it adjustable, you have to start by getting the playing action at the first fret perfect from the off, and that can be very difficult to do because you either cut the nut upwards from the bottom, sand it upwards from the bottom until you get to the perfect first fret action, which is quite difficult to do, or you put the nut in place and you cut downwards from the top in the slots, and that's what Luthier's nut files are all for. I mean, people have been doing that for centuries, and there's nothing essentially wrong with that. But with this little extra thing, I like to have, I like to do about having the unmolested factory nut slots. How can this be 66%? I could be doing spray jobs in here. Anyway, yeah, so because of the fact that I really like to get that absolutely perfect friction-free nut action, baby, that's why I like to use adjustable, because I don't have to do any cutting and besmirching of the nut slots. I can just bring the factory slots upwards to the correct action, and it's a really neat way of doing it. So that's why I've done what I've done on this, which you'll see in a minute. So I'm just dusting this off. So there we are. This is a momentous moment. Check the strap buttons, they're all tight, nothing needs to happen there. So now we get the delicious end refinished neck. There we go. We get the 4 screws. We get the Fender Corona plate. I was going to do some research on the Clousson tuners because I don't think these are the real McCoy. They've got seams down the button parts, and I don't think that's the right thing. Okay. Looks round, checks round. Look at that. We're nearly back. You wouldn't tell this was any different from the guitar that came in. You wouldn't tell, but I can tell you it is. That's for Ben's one over there. So this is for Karen's. Help, supply shop. Need to get some more. Well, isn't that lucky? I've got more coming from my new JHS repairers account. Lucky me. Okay, so I start by, I'm guessing what you can see, I'm starting here. First thing, in goes a tusk nut. We've got a tusk string tree. We've got a tusk nut, so let's make sure that we've got a string tree to do justice to that. Okay, we've also got a tiny bit of quick steel sticking up there, which is now gone. Right, now the nut goes on. Now, let me just zoom in because I want you to see. Oh no, that's zooming out, isn't it? Zooming in. Right, so here's the adjustable nut. It has 2 little dents in here that I've made, little tiny recesses, and the nut goes on there, and when the feet of the nut go into those recesses, they're perfectly placed so the nut can't go anywhere. So I'm hoping, and I'm pretty certain, that when I put the strings on in a minute, I'll just go and get the strings, this nut will get pulled down perfectly onto this nut. The nut will sit there, and the strings will sit, ideally, I aim for the strings to sit right there on the first fret, and then we come up from there to get it to the perfect action. So you can't see a very good view. Perhaps we'll zoom away to the big outside view, and then I'll put these, if I can hold this, I will fit these strings, won't I? Please, come on, thank you. So, can't believe we're almost there. Get off, go away. Yes. So when I go back home in a minute after completing Karen's Partscaster, I will be, the other thing I got to do today is to pack Adam's Lilith offset custom built kit guitar, ready for dispatch. I've already booked the courier for that. This one, I was about to book the courier, and I said, be sensible, right? This is Karen's Partscaster. You're going up tonight to finish it, and you're going to book the courier before you go. And if you don't finish it, if you find another gift from the previous builder, and you don't get it finished tonight, with this every possibility of that being the case, then you're going to come home and you've got a courier booked, which is going to go 20 quid down the drain, because you're going to have to come back and finish this tomorrow and fix the problem, whatever it was, and you can't cancel the courier very easily. I don't think you can, actually. It's too late. Anyway, so I was sensibly cautious, so I told myself, no, wait. Right, let's look at what we can see and make sure. Right, oh, not very good. So Karen, what I'm going to show you here is the secret to successful, happy tuning life. So when you have an adjustable nut, it's, as you can see, it comes off and doesn't stay on. It's not glued on, right? So first thing you do is when you come to string the guitar, go with the D first. Ta-da! And D, I always go up 2 posts past the one I'm cutting. So just make sure I know what I'm doing. D, here's the D. Yes, that's the D, isn't it, folks? 2 past there, cut. So D's first. And if you do the D and the G first, then what happens is that will pin down the nut and take away any risk of it flipping and moving anywhere. So here we go. Into the slot, and that should sit firmly on the nut, first fret actually, that's what I'm trying to say. And then we get the G, we go 2 past the G, 2 posts past the G, and put it in the G and wind it on. Now all of these except the low E seem to run okay, but it's the low E that's worrying me with the gears, and that, I have to say, that doesn't make me feel massively, I don't know what the word is, I'm a little bit nervous about that. Okay, before I go any further, I'm now going to tighten up the neck. Actually no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not. I'm just going to keep these slack for a minute. I'll get all the strings on and then I'll check the neck for alignment. So go back over there a minute. Okay, so the secret of tuning, if I may say, with these tuners it's pretty good because first of all they only store a minimum of wire. I use, as I say, the distance of 2 posts past the one I'm doing, and that's about 1.5 inches or 1 3/4 inches that gets wrapped onto here, but that limits the amount that's going onto the bobbin or the post. With a different kind of tuner where you could go all the way through, or you could start from there or from there, I recommend that you, if it was a normal type tuner, you go all the way through first and you pull it back, start at the first fret and you pull it back 1 fret's worth and start winding from there. It's about the same distance as I'm giving it here. That's not massively relevant to the tuning, but it does help a little bit by not storing loads of slack on the string, which will store up a kind of detuning potential. But contrary to what most people think and what people have probably told you over time, is the tuning on your guitar, tuning stability I should say, is down to 2 things primarily. And just think of 2 things. First one is the condition of your nut. So even the tiniest bit of friction in the nut and the string tree actually, but the nut mainly, the tiniest bit of friction will cause the strings to stick in the slot, and when they stick they will hold different tension on one side of the nut to the other. Even the tiny amount, as you tune it, it won't even out the tension, and the tension will stay uneven until you bend a note, and that will then suddenly pull it out of tune. If you've got the sticky strings and you've got loads of slack still in your strings, either in the coil around the post or in the length of the string generally, those will also, as soon as you pull a note or tune up, the thing will hold differential tension on one side from the other, and there will be slack coming out from the side that's got the most slack in it, causing more differential tension, and the whole thing, see, this is now off kilter, this isn't positioned quite right, so I'm going to put this here and show you what I'm going to do to reposition the neck. So I'm going to zoom out in a minute. Don't know how well you can see this, but this isn't perfectly placed down the neck, so it's slightly now in a different place. I have to get it, just slack it off and just move it slightly, and then retighten the so it's all down to, there's plenty of room in a Strat for readjusting these things, so you just get a little bit of adjustment on there. Sometimes it likes, if you're making an adjustment, it actually quite likes a tiny shim down the side, and that can be It can be a little piece of something, anything you like. I often use tin. Some people like to use little bits of sandpaper because they have various different thicknesses. So let's see, we cut a tiny bit. This is, and all the only reason you strictly don't need to shim the edge like this, but the only reason I would be doing it is just to help the neck to stay exactly where I want it and not go anywhere else. So I've cut a little shim like this, and I can push that into there like so, and if it's too tall then I want to take it out and cut it back a bit, and that's just by moving the just put a bit of pressure on the neck. So I'm going to cut this down a little bit like so, put it to the inside, push, let it get seated, squeeze it in. Okay, so no, it's actually hardly makes any difference. You can go thicker if you want to make it sit a bit better, but the bottom line is this neck wants to be in this position here. I might just see if it's going to be happier with a piece of brass or something. Let's see if we can just tip this bit out. Come on, thank you. So that's a certain thickness. Let's have a little tiny piece of brass. So do these scissors cut it? Do you cut it? Yeah, we do. Pretty good. And then we'll cut same shape. Keep it short. And lose the rest. So there we go, that dropped nicely in there. Question, is it seating where I want it? No, it's still got a bit more room, so sometimes it needs a little bit more. I'm just thinking, it's very sensitive. This is the downside of not having the right neck and bridge. This is also a little bit loose, so that's tightening it up, makes it actually a little bit more accurate. Okay, I think that's probably going to be the right size when I think about it now. Yeah, so it's the downside of having. It still wants to pull back. I was going to say it's the downside of having the over wide, well, the incompatible neck and body. This is the problem with this thing. Let's see if I can fold this over. See what we get. You don't need a shim. I'm just doing this. You can actually all you have to do really is just put it where you want and just tighten the screws up and it will stay there. But I sort of like to give it a chance to stay put, if you get what I mean. To be fair, it's not really obeying me. So actually, the shim part is a bit on the futile side. So let's see where we're going to go. Let's put it there and let's tighten it up. I'm just being fiddly. So that's what you do, really. You just get it where you want and then you tighten up. I was trying to fill that little gap because I'm a perfectionist, and if there's a gap I want it filled. But as you can see, put the pressure on, do it up, and then lo and behold, you've got the position you want. Like I say, it makes it more sensitive on this guitar because this neck, with no doubt about it, this neck is built for a 52mm spacing. We have currently got a 54 spacing, and it's sort of getting away with that. But it does, well, the only reason you got it working at all with the 56 is because the gaps allowed the saddles to scrunch inwards, and effectively you're getting a 54 out of a 56 bridge. What you really need is a 52 bridge, and there isn't one with a solid block, an equivalent block. So I think getting this one is the next best thing, I'm afraid. but it's the spacing is exactly the same as it was before. Now, strings are on the deck, so I'm going to now start by hiking up the actions to make sure, see where we land up, and see whether we've got the right grub screws in here for the job. And I think we have. And also I think we'll get away without having any grub screws sticking in your palm, which is nice too. So let's get them all up roughly to the right height, get a clearance here, and then we'll deal with the clearance down there. Come on, this one's too far in. Thank you. Thank you. So as long as we've got some clearance, we're good. Right. Okay, now we come down to this end and we look at the action down here and we say this is where our little adjuster comes in. Now these Strats have incredibly what the word is, shallow nut slots. So it makes it a bit of a challenge to use an adjustable nut like this, because before too long you can find yourself in danger of the bit that's in there coming out, because it's not quite enough to hold it in place. So I'm just pulling it up now, get it to stay. So we've got clearance, we're not under full tension yet. So let's get a first tune up. Okay, so my first sort of take on this is, okay, everything in position, got the action down here, nothing getting in the palm. That's a nice high action for the, the saddles are quite a long way in, so there's nothing scratching me here. We've got the first fret action here, and it's still could come up a little tiny bit. What I tend to find is that this will bed in a little bit as it first gets used and gets under pressure, but you can the amount you need to raise it is only tiny, so that's what the adjustability is there for. And I'll give you, the key will be stuck to here. So first feel, nicely out of tune, but that's not a problem. Next thing, I'm going to go down the other end and adjust the final fret action, last fret action again. And this is now, well, first of all I'll check the relief in the neck. That's, yeah, we might flatten that out a little bit. But let's go back to the action here first. And we'll go across. So we have too high. So down we come. We'll go 1.5 all the way and down to 1.2, so it's a bit low now. It's 1.25-ish. Quarter turn, 1.5. Get off the inches scale. And this one is now way under the radar. So again, I'm sort of doing this a little bit by eye, the gross movements you could call it, by eye, and then we'll sort of go down the others, and then we'll come back from this side, get it right. So 1.25, 1 too low, should be right, 1 point fraction low. Yeah, 1.25, 1 too low. .3-ish we want, a bit low. 1.3ish, 1.4ish, a little bit higher, tiny bit, but not much. And then tiny bit lower on the A. That feels about right. Go back into tuning mode. Right, next thing to do is we stretch the strings. And how are we doing this end? We're okay, everything's nice and low, but it's still there. Maybe a tiny tweak on this bit here. Now we're at full pressure. Okay, so stretching time. Take this every time you restring. So I was saying back in the beginning, the 50% of your tuning stability is down to the nut slots, hence the preference for tusk always, and preference for an adjustable one even more. If you can't do adjustable, then get the action right by coming up from the bottom or sanding from underneath, so we can avoid doing anything to the slots. If you can't do that, for example, that you haven't got any slots and you have to make one from a tusk blank, then use files and get the right action. The right action is critical. The next bit is what I'm doing now, which is fully stretching the strings. We just keep doing it until we're fully stretched out, and basically that means until you can stretch it like I just did with my thumbs and forefingers, or like this, and it doesn't go any further out of tune. Now you can see I'm putting quite a bit of force into it, and as you get up to the thin strings, especially on 9s or anything less, you've got to be careful because you will break them now and then. So just be careful, but the principle is if you don't do it, that slack in the strings will come out bit by bit over years. Okay, more stretching. I'll do one more time on here, then what am I going to do? I'm going to go and concentrate on, there was something else I wanted to do. Oh yes, I'm going to check the neck relief and straighten it a little bit. Now the neck relief is, people say to me, how much neck relief should I have? And I say a little bit more than none. So the rule is if you have a flat, completely dead flat neck, you are cutting down on the amount of space your strings have to spin. So it will play with a flat neck, but there's every likelihood that you'll have to have the action here and here a little bit higher. So the flatter the neck, the more you might have to make room by raising the action. If you set it very flat, and then according to, I don't know, temperature changes or humidity or something, the neck changes shape just a little bit, you can very quickly find yourself going from flat to backbowed. Yeah, and if it goes backbowed, which is humped in the middle here, notes trying to play notes all the way up here won't play at all. So that's not good. So you don't really want flat, and you certainly don't want a minus, i.e. back bow. So you want anything to the concave side of flat. So you need a little bit of relief, but not much. And here, the answer is go to flat, set it flat, and then take it back a little bit to a bit of curve. Now this, I think this has got a little bit more than I need. It's about 0.3 of a millimeter. So I'm going to remove a bit of that by just gently tightening the truss rod clockwise, and that makes the truss rod bend and counter the curvature of the neck, and it may or may not make an immediate effect. Sometimes you notice what I'm doing to check is I'm holding down the first and the E string on the first and the last frets, making a straight line, and then I can observe the curvature of the neck underneath that, and it's pretty good actually. Feels very nice to play. Now I always get this slightly overcooked and make them too low, so I'm going to just be realistic, and I'm going to go back and double check, and where I've gone a fraction too low I'm going to just tweak it up to a normal height and be sensible about this. 1.2. No point playing it so low that I just run it into trouble. You know, it's quite cool for me to challenge myself that way, but it doesn't do anyone any favours. So everything, usually I start just a tiny fraction too low. That's my tendency. Now what I'm noticing here is that I'm having to put these things right up on their hind legs to get to the action I want. So it's a tricky one, because it means that this doesn't match perfectly well. So what we really need is this neck to sit further into this pocket, but I have a feeling that it isn't going to do it, and that's a mismatch between, well, the pocket and the neck heel won't cut for each other. So we're going to end up with these high up, and that's the bottom. You know, that's basically where it ends up. There's no way around it. It'll play fine, but it's just they're a little steeper on their hind legs here than I would like, but and they were before. It's just I wasn't, you know, I didn't live with it because we were busy getting ready to take it off to reposition it. But it is it's a result of the mismatch between these neck and body. They're not exactly compatible. We've kind of discovered that already the hard way. So that's now a fraction too high, and that's coming down a bit. You see, the distances I'm working with here now are tiny, but I'm just making sure that I'm getting them exactly where I want them. If they're not, then we end up with unwanted buzz. Now what's interesting is I am sort of at the limits of how high these things are comfortable standing, and there's not a lot more room to adjust them, and that does show us that we need to take down some material, take off some material there. It could be that your original bridge got away with it because it may have been slightly no, it's not the case. It may have been slightly thicker here, raising this up in the first place, but it's you know, that is basically all as a result of the slight incompatibility between the neck and the heel. And the first thing you do as a Partscaster builder, if you're putting things together, you absolutely cannot assume. In fact, you have to expect that the neck and the neck pocket and the neck heel and the neck pocket on the body don't match, and that you're almost certainly going to be faced with needing to do some extra routing in the pocket or reduce down the heel thickness. So you just start by assuming they aren't made for each other. This relationship between the thickness of this and the depth of that is critical. Now I'm going to plug it in a second. I'm going to check the intonation, and we'll keep checking, make sure. Okay, that's now very flat, so we've taken almost everything out of there. So this is about as flat and low as the action's possible to go. Let's plug in the tuner. And now we get to pull the saddles back and forth to their correct length. So that's a bit flat, which means we need to pull them back a little bit, which is good. It's sort of where I would expect them to need to go. So we pull them back, and as a result I'm going to move everything else back just a little fraction in line with it, because what's good about a Strat, or most guitars like this with 3 plain and 3 wound strings, is you can pretty much predict where the saddles are going to need to go from just getting one of them lined up properly, because they, oh, that's good, that needs to sit in there, because they, let's drop down because I got it in the slot, yeah, because they follow the same rules each time for a 3 plain and 3 wound set, so it's a very dependable little arrangement, and it's 2 sets of 3 staggered saddles. You can see them stepping back, so furthest forward, back a little bit, forward of that one, but then back a bit, so it's 2 groups of 3. Okay, let's go to the E again. Pulling the saddle back will make it go sharp. So that's still feeling a little flat, so a tiny bit too long. Now what it's telling me is that if I run out of adjustment room on this on this low E, then I could be facing a tiny need to remove and tweak the spring, cut down the spring a little bit, but stop. Pretty much there. Okay, well, I would be a, do you know what I'm wondering? See with this neck, this thing, I didn't notice this before, this pick guard goes underneath this thing. I wonder if that's holding that up. This needs to come down further. There should be, the way it's done is it should be enough room, if there's an overhang, for this pick guard to live underneath. It looks like there is, but it worries me that it's so snug. I can see it touching down there. It's not, sometimes when that's wrong, again, it's a mismatch of guitar parts, but sometimes when it's wrong, you get a sort of kink up at the end there. It bends up where that little overhang gets pushed up by the pick guard. Although it's touching and it's really snug, I don't think it's causing any major problems. It's not holding it off from being pulled in there. Oh God, it worries me. Oh yeah, we knew this wasn't going to be easy, didn't we? So this will have been holding it in that position all the time. Is there any? If there's no space under there, that bothers me. There is a way around it, depending on where it starts. And it starts, who knows? Sitting on it, isn't it? It's sitting on it. Sitting on part of it. I'm just trying to think, it may be that we shaved down the underside of this overhang here a little bit. There's a tiny gap on this side. Right, am I going to do it, or is it working as it is? My only concern is that it's right at its limits, because this is about 1.2 and it really needs to be a little bit higher. But to go higher, you know, we're sort of kicking it up, and it's a little bit higher than I bloody well like. That's the bottom line. And it's because the two bits don't add up. That's the final insult, isn't it? I knew it would piddle on me one last time. So the only way to get it up to the height we need is to just, you know, keep on lifting it up. Lifting me higher. And that same applies to the old low E here, which is going up a fair bit. And we want the 1.5 just over. So come down a fraction on that. Now let's look at it. I eyeball it, get it right. That's good, that's good, that's good. And there, eyeballed good. Down a bit. Down a bit, over there. That's good, that's good. Right, let's try it. Right, okay, that's good as it is. Karen, unfortunately, the final sort of insult that this guitar has in store for us is simply that it's not, the neck pocket and the heel aren't really compatible, and so they end up with, what am I doing? They end up with this, something I didn't know till right at the last bit, that this has to be quite high to get this playing the way it should, you know, in the correct action. Now it's not too high to play. It's actually fine. It's not like, it's not as if this grub screws are falling out, saddles are falling out, or anything like that. So it's not a problem. It's just, it's the downside, unfortunately, of nice and quiet too. They are good pickups. Bloody nice pickups. 'em. Bloody lovely pickups, I've got to say. To me, that twangy tubiness, I love it. Blow up the speakers. Go rectifier, baby. Well, I like it. I think after all that we've been through, I have made it up to you. I promise to. What the hell is that song? Da, 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 da. 1980 something. I promise to. Da, 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 all that's been said. Da, da. Just a part of me. Isn't it Chicago or something? Just a part of me, I can't let go. Oh, you know, I really want to tell you one story. Yay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I find in the case of the People versus the Partscaster from Hell, we have found you guilty of being put together without due care and attention, resulting ultimately, sound like Trevor McDonald, that's not a very good impression, meaning ultimately, that we have to leave this poor creature condemned for life to have tall saddles on the whatchamacallits, you know, those things, and forever to suffer the bitter memory of their humble and distraught beginnings. But nonetheless, we believe that you are capable of fulfilling your potential now and going out into the world and living a reformed and peaceful existence and play your part as an active member of the guitar community. This oh, that's an old screw, don't want that one. This parole board thinks that despite the things that you've been through, I will make it up to you. No, despite the things that you've been through, you deserve to play and be enjoyed. And whatever else the numpty, what made this thing, got wrong, he put some damn good pickups on there, and I likes them. This is as good an alignment as you're going to get for a neck that was not built really to work with a 54mm wide. And that's how sensitive, by the way, it is. You know, people go, well, can I fit this neck? And they well, in this case, they shove the wrong neck in the wrong shaped hole, but they shove it in anyway, and they go, all right, it's in there, it works, so we'll go ahead and build the guitar. And then the real question, like, ooh, hang on, is this neck actually wide enough really to tolerate this bridge, to work well with this bridge? You know, what is this bridge even? Where did I get it? Did I just find it in my parts bin, or get it from a friend, or, you know, find it in a second-hand shop? Or is it really a bridge that I would combine productively with this neck? And the answer in all of these cases on this guitar was probably no. But what I'm not going to do, because it would cost more, it would cost loads more time and money, the only way to bring these down would be to put this on a plate 3 ways. Among our 3 key weapons are an element of surprise, and 3 weapons would be: you raise this up, you can't do it, but you raise it up and put it on a plate or something, or you hardtail it, fill the block. That's too much trouble. You cut down this neck heel, which is very difficult to do, and get it perfectly straight, and it's visible from underneath, and you have to refinish the whole neck. Or you reroute the pocket, which, to be honest, if I'd have thought about it right from the beginnings, it might have been an option right at the beginning to have done that and convert this possibly to a Strat shaped neck. But part of the problem is, until we get it all together, it's difficult to have known different bridge. We didn't know what the height would be of the saddles and so on and so forth. So I think it's a pretty good outcome. These need to stay where they are when it's time to change the strings. Don't lower them. But they're set to give 1.5, 1.2, and a sort of 1.5, 1.4, 1.3, 1.3 and a bit, down to 2. It's a bit suck it and see when you do it, but you shouldn't need to alter them or adjust them. As it happens, this does go with that, so I'm going to stick that in there for some day in the future, because it came with it. Even if it's just style, you could actually use it. You know that. Nice, man, nice. Yeah, go on, it's yours. All right, listen, it's been a mammoth session. I'm going home because it's ridiculously late on a Sunday, relatively speaking. Well, it's late enough to be going back to pack guitars. This is coming home with me in this case. Karen, I know I've bitched and moaned about this job while I've been doing it, only because it's thrown up so many surprises, but I've enjoyed doing it. It's a pleasure to put something like this back into a playing condition, and I hope that you enjoy it, and you notice how easy it is to play and how much it stays in tune compared to before. That's my fervent wish. But you know what? those are great pickups. They really sound good, and I would be happy to keep that and play it. If only I knew what they were, I could try and find some more, because I'd like to have some. Anyway, I don't know why I'm shouting at the camera, because I've got the microphone here. I'm so sorry. Okay, this is the end of a long week, and it's going to get even longer because I've got so much to do. Lots of good stuff to do. I am not complaining, whatever it might sound like, I promise. Cups go in there, rubbish goes in there. Guitar to do later on, guitar to do later on, guitar to take home. And that's it for the week. Look forward to a new week. Thanks for watching. See you soon.